The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Gregory.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Just one matter of housekeeping left over from last week. I can confirm that this morning the solicitors assisting the Commission received a letter from the solicitors assisting the Commonwealth which addressed the question of whether witnesses had access to secure email accounts. It's a lengthy and detailed letter. I understand it doesn't affect any witnesses today, but that question raised by the Commission last week is being addressed between the solicitors, I understand.
All right, we'll want to make that an exhibit somewhere, somehow, won't we?
We will in due course, I think, but the two letters that you have there relate to Mr Flavel's evidence, and they'll be tendered in very shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Well, you won't lose sight of wanting to get that letter on the record, or does it not need to be on the record?
Not at this point, no.
Okay, thank you.
No. Matthew Flavel is the next witness for today, and he's in a position to be sworn.
Okay, it is Mr Flavel, is it? Not Flavel? Flavel, thank you. I swear, Mr Flavel.
Place your right hand. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr Gregory.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Your full name is Matthew James Flavel, and your current position is a Deputy Secretary within the Department of Social Services?
That's correct.
And particularly in Social Security?
That's right.
How long have you held that position?
I came into that position on the 9th of November 2020.
You received or rather NTG-0010 was a notice to give a statement and produce documents addressed to the proper officer of the Department of Social Services, dated 11 October 2022. You're familiar with that notice?
Yes, I am.
And you produced a statement in response as the proper officer, dated 19 October 2022.
That's right.
In addition to that notice and your statement, there were two other notices addressed to the proper officer of the Department of Social Services, NTG-0002 and NTG-0003, and responses were provided by the department to both of those notices as well, and you're familiar with them?
I'm familiar with those, yes.
Yes. Commissioner, I tender the documents in the index relating to Mr Flavel, exhibits 831 through to 843.
All right, documents 831 to 843 are admitted as exhibits with those numbers as per the schedule. Thank you.
And for completeness, Commissioner, the two letters which your associate placed before you are marked on the exhibit list as 837A and 837B.
Thank you.
Dated 20 October and 23 October 2022 respectively. Mr Flavel, just before we go in...
Flavel.
Sorry. Mr Flavel, just before... I started off so well. Mr Flavel, just before we go into the detail of your statement, were you provided with letters by the solicitors assisting the Commonwealth dated 20 October 2022 and 23 October 2022 in respect of your statement? I'll provide you with a hard copy so that you can have a look at those.
Yes, I recall these documents.
All right. Might I have one moment? And did you make some changes to your statements in response to those documents?
I don't recall making changes to it. I think from memory it caused me to make to look for some additional document.
And you recall that a letter was provided by your instructors, I think responding to your search for further documents dated 28 October 2022. Do you recall that?
I recall that document, yes.
Okay. I'll arrange for a hard copy to be presented and tendered as 837C, Commissioner.
And I'm sorry, what was the last thing you said? 837C.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
It's admitted.
Mr. Flavel, you identify your professional experience from the point you joined the department in January 2020 as the Group Manager of the Market Capability Group in the Disability and Carers stream. Were you in a different department before that point in time?
Yes, from around, testing my memory, I think from late 2003 through till 2020, I was in the Treasury, the Federal Treasury.
And what position did you hold there when you ceased?
Various positions over the course of that 16 years, all at the senior executive service level.
The most recent of those?
Was as the Chief Operating Officer or the Deputy Secretary, Corporate Services.
Did you have any involvement when you were with the Treasury Department in respect of what became the Robodebt scheme or what was the Robodebt scheme?
No, I didn't. I think I was forgetting the title, but the division head of the Budget Policy Division in Treasury for the 2015-16, 16-17 and 17-18 budgets. That involved, a whole lot of coordination of budget material, so I would have been broadly aware of some of the measures that are under consideration, but nothing more than sort of at arm's length. The role there was much more of whole of budget strategy, fiscal strategy, rather than burrowing down into the details of individual measures.
Right. In preparing your statement as the proper officer for the Department of Social Services in response to NTG 0010, is it the case that because you only joined the department in 2020, your information has been obtained from essentially a document review?
That's correct, yes.
And some conversations with other people who may have been present during the relevant periods?
Yeah, through the identification of certain people who may have been around at the time, who were still in the department, making some inquiries of them.
As I read your statement, you don't detail what information came from what person in respect of the response to your statement. It's presented in a summary form, as it were. Are you able now to identify what information came from what person, or just broadly?
I think what I would say is that the information, each of the people that I made contact with, which was via email, came back and said that they did not have anything further to add. So in effect, my response in the witness statement is the summation of all the documents that were located as part of the search.
In terms of preparing a review of documents, what was the process by which you ascertained relevant documents in response to the notice?
So it was a fairly comprehensive search process undertaken by an area set up in the department to undertake that purpose. It involved looking at various databases or sources of information, so things like the Parliamentary Document Management System, other repositories of the department, using identified search criteria, so things like online compliance, intervention, acronyms, and then also in the context of the specific questions put in NTG 10, running some further search terms, and also you should call it cross-checking or doing further identification based on the emails of particular individuals in senior positions who were in Department of Social Services at the time.
And can you confirm whether or not you had access to secure email accounts as part of those search processes? Or those conducting the search, access to the secure email accounts?
I can't say with certainty that it was accessing secure email accounts.
Did you take any steps to ensure that the searches were conducted of secure email accounts?
The information I was given was that it was a search of email accounts. I don't think it was specific to whether it was secure email or other email.
Right. And as I read an electronic copy of 837C, that's the letter in response by the solicitors assisting the Commonwealth, the persons that you spoke to within the department are as follows: Andrew Whitecross, Emma Kate McGurk, Catherine Patton, 1T, Lydia Ross, Anita Davis, James Kemp, Alfred Apuku, OPOKU, Paul Dowling and Deanna Linden-Mayer.
That's correct, yes.
So essentially, the statement we got from you may be based on some relatively small proportion of the actual DHS material, for all you know?
The DSS material, Commissioner?
Sorry, DSS material.
Well, I think that it involved the collation of around 31,000 documents, I think, in the first instance. So that, I think, is a reasonably comprehensive set of documents from which to then do a more detailed search.
Possibly excluding any held as secure emails, though.
That may be the case, but as I said, I'm not personally aware of the specific way in which the issue of secure emails was handled by those undertaking the searches.
Well, to state the obvious, you don't know what you didn't see.
Correct, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Did you see any emails from secure email accounts of either Serena Wilson or Finn Pratt?
I can't recall, actually.
And as you say in your statement at paragraph 17, what follows from what you have elaborated on here is that you're aware your responses may not provide the Royal Commission with answers to all the questions in the notice to give a statement.
Yes, that's right.
One of the requirements to provide a statement was to refer to documents already produced to the Royal Commission by their document identification number and attach to your statement a list and copies of all documents referred to that have not been produced to the Royal Commission. I don't see any reference in your statement to a reference to relevant documents already provided to the Royal Commission by their document identification number. Can you explain that?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Your statement doesn't refer to relevant documents already provided to the Royal Commission by their document identification number, which was a requirement of the request for a statement. Are you able to identify why that was not done?
Sorry, I'm not able to identify now.
Did you discuss that requirement of the notice with the solicitor who assisted you to provide your statement?
To be honest, I don't think it came up during the discussions I had in the preparation of my statement.
Was your statement largely prepared on your own initiative?
Was with the assistance of people conducting the searches.
within the department?
Yes, that's right.
Right. And then provided to the Australian Government Solicitor?
That's correct.
Is there any...
See, it's not very helpful because you make assertions about a state of affairs, but you give no supporting documentation, so there's no way of the Commission looking at what you were looking at to see why you say things. Was that not obvious to you as you prepared this, that you would make an assertion, for example, that the department obtained internal policy and legal advice concerning the proposed use of income averaging, but provide no document reference at all, so one can only guess why you say it?
I understand the point you're making. I was provided with assistance in preparing it, and that issue about the provision of the supporting documents did not come up in the preparation of my statement. I have, however, looked at all of the documents that were used in the construction of that statement.
Well, that's great for you, but we're never going to know what they were. It just, I find it really hard to understand how you could think that this would be useful, to ask us basically to take your word, that's what the documents say about various points, without giving the Commission any opportunity to look for itself.
Commissioner, with apologies, I relied on others in terms of the preparation of the statement. The fact that the documents that supported the contentions I made were not being made available actually was not known to me. I'd assumed that that would be the case.
Look, they might be available, but we have hundreds of thousands of documents, so we just have no means of working out which ones they were. That's the greater problem. And I can't understand why somebody as obviously intelligent as yourself didn't spot it as an issue.
It may just reflect my lack of experience with the Royal Commission process in terms of how the provision of documents that support would be provided to the Commission.
Who helped you?
We had our own internal legal area and an external provider providing me assistance.
All right. I'll leave it there. Back to you, Mr. Gregory.
Thank you, Commissioner. You may have recalled, Mr. Flavel, that in the letter 20 October 2022, Exhibit 837A, specific attention was drawn to this in the paragraph that said, in addition, we note that in the response, Mr. Flavel indicates that he has reviewed various materials to inform himself about the matters to which he is responding. In most cases, the response does not make clear what that material is, nor does it indicate whether the material will be produced to the Royal Commission. For the avoidance of doubt, the Royal Commission requires Mr. Flavel, pursuant to the notice, to produce those materials subject to any relevant privileges and/or immunities. Do you recall that in the letter?
I recall that, yes.
What happened after that letter in terms of a response by you?
I don't think I provided an additional response after that.
Were you not taking the Royal Commission seriously? I just don't understand this.
No, I don't want to give that impression, Commissioner. I was taking it very seriously. It's just the actual process I had been led to believe that those documents would have been provided in support of my statement. I take the point that they may not, in amongst a very large number of documents, been specifically identified.
Well, Mr. Flavel, the importance of specifically identifying the documents was reiterated in the letter of 23 October 2022, 837B, which says that the Royal Commission required production by 12 p.m. Friday, 21 October 2022 of the material Mr. Flavel relied on to prepare the response. However, we do not believe that we have received that material. The Royal Commission requires production of the material together with the names of any staff Mr. Flavel consulted in relation to the preparation of the response by way of an updated response to the notice, and a deadline of 5 p.m. Monday 24 October 2022 was given. the extent of the response, I gather, is contained in the letter 8, now Exhibit 837C, 28 October 2022.
I recall that was a letter that had the names of the people I'd spoken to.
Yes.
And some further information about the searches.
Yes. For example, you refer in paragraph 21 of your statement to various administrative arrangements orders that were enforced during the relevant time. Those are not identified with any specificity in your statement?
That's right, although the administrative arrangements orders are public documents on the website of the Australian Parliament.
All right. So we can find those for ourselves?
Correct, yes.
What about the instruments of delegation you referred to at paragraph 26?
I believe that as their delegations, they would also be publicly available.
And where would we find those if we went looking?
I think on the Federal Register of Legislative Instruments, but I would need to check that.
Well, in paragraph 42, you referred to, say this, from my review of documents, I understand the PAYG manual compliance intervention as defined in the NTG comprised 2 stages, it would seem. Are you able to identify now what those documents were? Are they publicly available documents as well?
The 42B is a statement around the material that was made available in the 2015-16 budget. I think the strengthening the integrity of the welfare payments budget measure was outlined there.
Right. What about A?
I don't think that A would have been a public document from memory.
In terms of paragraph 43, just below it, again you use the phrase from my review of documents being implemented by the agency, and you refer to 2 measures. Are they publicly available budget measures, are they?
Yeah, those were the names by which they were used in the mid-year economic and fiscal outlook and the following mid-year economic and fiscal outlook.
Similarly, paragraph 44, again you refer to the material I've referred to date. Paragraph A refers to budget measures, which I understand you have identified above and also described as new policy proposals. B refers to the department had input into the proposal to use income averaging. If I pause there, what documents are you referring to by the department's input, or which might evidence the department's input in the proposal to use income averaging?
Some of the documents that have already been referred to in evidence, including around the interactions between then DHS and DSS in relation to the development of that particular proposal in the latter part of 2014 and early 2015.
You can appreciate why it's significant then to identify with specific document identification reference documents which have already been produced to the Commission, if that's what you're referring to.
Yes, I understand it.
Appreciate that. In order to understand your statement, we have to go through a very lengthy oral process now, given the limited response to the letters of 20 and 23 October. How was it that you were selected as the proper officer to respond to the notice, given that you weren't involved in the department at the time and your information is essentially limited to documents which you have been referred to by others but not specifically identified?
I think it was ultimately a decision of the Secretary of the Department, taking into account that the matters under consideration were quite some time ago, so around 8 years, that all of the senior people involved through that period no longer in roles. In fact, very few senior people from that time still being in the department. Given that the matters under the broad policy area under investigation sits within my remit, that is the most senior person responsible, that I should be the proper officer for the response.
One of the names that was referred to in the letter of 28 October 2022, which I read out, was Andrew Whitecross. Was he still in the department?
Is he still in the department? He is an officer of the department, but he's actually been in a couple of other roles outside of the department over the past couple of years.
So is he in the department now?
So I think formally he is a senior executive service officer of the department on secondment he was at the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission. At the Australian Institute of Family Studies, and I think has also been at the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission.
In your review of documents, did you identify that he was involved at a relatively high level in obtaining or being informed of legal advice and policy advice in November and December 2014?
My recollection is that he was a branch manager at that time, so a senior executive service officer level 1. So he would have had a senior executive service level 2 and 3, or a deputy secretary and secretary above him at that time. My recollection is that he was also not in that role for the entirety of the period.
But he might have had a clue about what was going on and what to look for, Mr. Flavel.
Yes, and I did make contact. He was listed as one of the people I made contact with in the preparation of my statement.
Is there any burning reason he couldn't have undertaken this activity, taking responsibility for identifying what mattered?
It may come down to a technicality. He is an officer of the department, but he's actually not in the department. He's actually on secondment. And I guess that a decision was taken that it might be unusual to have somebody who was not particularly senior at the time giving a broad sweep of a whole range of questions and also being on secondment to another agency.
Well, there's a difference you would appreciate between someone who's conducting a document review such as yourself and someone who has actual knowledge of relevant events. You appreciate the distinction?
I appreciate the distinction, noting I did speak with him, or did make contact with him rather, as part of my statement preparation.
Did you have a chat about the advice you got in 2014?
No, it was all via email.
Any discussion via email about the 2014 advice and what it actually said?
I don't think that he had, from memory, anything further to add other than to note that the advice, which has already been tendered in evidence, that he didn't have anything further to add to that.
What he did with it, didn't tell you that?
No, he didn't.
When you say he didn't have anything further to add, what did you provide him with to consider and potentially add to?
I asked for a review of emails, and he had provided copies of emails which were already on our files of the interactions which he'd had over the issue around the legal advice in the run-up to the development of the proposal.
Do you mean that you asked him to review his own email accounts?
Yes. Yep.
That is, without specifying whether it included a secure email account?
Well, as I've said earlier, I can't comment any further on the secure email element, but I did ask for a review to ensure that we had all relevant documents.
And But specifically in respect of Mr Whitecross, did you ask him to review his emails, or did you present him with what had been prepared to you?
It was a general request and included requesting officers to check their own emails for any emails or evidence that may be relevant given the terms of reference for the Commission.
Sorry, so it was an email from you to various persons all at once,
No, individually.
which asked them to undertake a search of their own email accounts or emails for what might be relevant to the terms of the Commission.
I think relevant to the preparation of Notice to Give 10, actually.
And so how did you frame that request to each of the recipients?
Pretty much as we've just discussed here. It was an email to them asking them to do a review or to advise of any other information which may be relevant.
Yes, but the question of other information which may be relevant suggests they were given some information which may be relevant and asked to add to it. Did that occur?
No, it was the, I'm almost certain it was the questions that were contained in NTG 10.
I see. So the request either attached NTG 10 or a summarised version of questions from NTG 10 and asked specific people to check their own emails to see what they might have.
Yes.
And everyone to whom you sent that request replied that they didn't have anything to add.
Nothing to add or no other information that they found relevant.
Do you appreciate that there might be a deficiency in that response by asking people who might have been involved with the Robodebt scheme, which ended up attracting some adverse attention, to conduct their own self-assessment of what might be relevant?
It was as a additional layer as opposed to of itself being the way to source documents. In other words, searches had already been conducted in the preparation of my statement. It was an additional layer, if you will, designed to ensure that we'd made maximum inquiries.
But the additional layer really was just your request and their response, without you being able to satisfy yourself that anything had actually happened in response to your request.
It was a way of ensuring that given the amount of time that elapsed, that if there happened to be any other documents that they felt fitted within the notice, that they could provide those.
But as I understand it, they weren't given any documents at all. They were just given a list of questions.
That's right, yes.
So the reference to any other documents doesn't have any context to this.
Any documents, I think.
So they didn't know what had been prepared by those conducting the searches to assist you with your statement, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And uniformly, every single person replied and said they couldn't locate anything.
That's not correct. I think Mr Whitecross did produce a number of emails.
Is he the only person who produced emails?
I just trying to remember I think possibly Emma Kate McGurk would have been the other one.
And you no doubt have these emails?
I think that they've been the subject of discussions in evidence given last week, yes.
I'm not interested in trying to unravel what conduct a cross-referencing exercise here. I'm just identifying that you received emails which attached emails from those two persons.
That's correct, yes.
All right. And your review of those emails is to the effect that they didn't add to what you were already told.
That's correct.
Did any other person reply with emails?
Not that I recall, no. Most of the other people who replied may have been in the area, you know, that was responsible for debt and integrity or similar issues over a lengthy period.
And how were they identified as being potentially relevant?
Through a review of organisational charts over the period.
That is, they were identified as holding relevant positions during the period, which would be responsive to questions in the notice,
Yes.
but were unable to or did not produce any emails from the relevant period.
That's correct.
Did that strike you as odd?
Well, in some cases, their involvement, their time in role may have been well after, the period of sort of 2014-15, so not necessarily surprising.
And for the other cases?
I think that in the case of Ms McGurk and Mr Whitecross, it confirmed documents which we had already sourced for the preparation of my statement.
Of the category of respondees who were in positions at the relevant time but did not produce any documents, did that strike you as odd?
Those who were not in...
Yes.
No, it did not strike me as odd.
So we can read for ourselves your statement about legislative schemes, administrative orders, delegations and the like, and accept that you or someone assisting you has undertaken that review?
Yes.
We go to paragraph 29A of your statement and 29B. You were asked this question at question 3 of the notice. Describe the governance arrangements established or applied by the department for the management and or oversight of the planning, design, development, brackets including testing, establishment and implementation of each of the PAYG manual compliance intervention and OCI programs. You refer here to a bilateral management arrangement between the Department of Social Services and the Department of Human Services, described as the agency, with an effective date of 22 October 2014. Varied March 16 and replaced in April 2018, and another payment assurance service arrangement with the same commencement date. If we go then to paragraph 30. Thank you. You say this, that you're unable to comment on the degree to which the bilateral management agreement or the payment assurance service arrangement was adhered to in respect of either of the first 2 iterations of the Robodebt scheme. Why were you unable to ascertain whether they were adhered to?
So I said I'm unable to comment on the degree to which they were adhered to.
Yes. Why is that?
Because there's no direct link between the measures announced, commonly known as the sort of Robodebt, and those 2 documents.
What do you mean, no direct link? I don't understand.
Well, that those documents are really about establishing a framework for explaining some of the general governance arrangements that exist between DSS and the then DHS, now Services Australia.
Yes, I understand that, but plainly they regulate the relationship between the Department of Social Services and the Department of Human Services in many respects, including the Robodebt scheme, correct?
They establish a general framework for the conduct of activities and include outlining the who does what.
And that arrangement would have applied to the Robodebt scheme, wouldn't it? It would have fallen underneath this arrangement.
I guess broadly defined, yes.
And that's why you've included it, because it was a relevant governance structure in respect of the early stages of the Robodebt scheme.
Yeah, I would say relevant without necessarily being fundamental.
What would you regard as fundamental in terms of a governance structure for the early stages of the Robodebt scheme?
Well, I think I've outlined elsewhere in my statement that it does not appear that there was any specific separate governance arrangement relating to the implementation of the scheme between DHS and DSS.
So in terms of any governance arrangement which would capture the Robodebt scheme, this is as good as it gets?
I'm not sure I would say it's as good as it gets. It's just providing additional context within my statement about certain elements of the governance arrangements between the two entities.
Well, yes, in the context of Robodebt, though, you weren't asked broadly, were you, what might exist for all time?
No, but it's simply making the point that there are these agreements in place and that the review of documents did not yield anything that suggested that the bilateral management arrangement or the bilateral management committee did any specific review or checking of what was happening under those particular measures.
Does that mean then that there is no record of any governance structure between the two departments which checked what the other department was doing in respect of the Robodebt scheme?
Yes, and that's consistent with what I had just earlier indicated, that I've not been able to find any specific references to a governance arrangement that applied to the implementation of the program.
Or more correctly, any governance arrangement which was applied by the departments to the Robodebt scheme?
Yes, that's correct.
Because undoubtedly the bilateral management agreement covered the Robodebt scheme in terms of a governance structure that could have been applied to the relationship between the departments.
It's an MOU between the departments, so it codifies the relationship.
Yes. And it could have been applied to the Robodebt scheme had either department wished to apply it.
In much the same way that the sort of overarching governance of the reporting relationships between the Secretary and the then CEO would also form part of the governance arrangements.
Sorry, the relationships between?
The Department of, the Secretary of the Department of Social Services and the Secretary of the Department of Human Services would also be, I think, considered to be part of the governance arrangement.
Are you saying that there was a document which existed which regulated that relationship?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it would be fairly common for the heads of those two entities to correspond regularly about a whole range of issues to do with policy and implementation.
Given what you've just said in your experience about regular correspondence about policy and implementation, did you, in the course of your document review, which you described as comprehensive at the start of your evidence, identify emails and letters between Ms Campbell and Mr Pratt during the relevant period of the PAYG Manual Compliance Intervention Program and the OCI program?
Not between the two of them.
Did that strike you as odd, given what you've just said about your expectation of regular correspondence?
Well, that correspondence may well take the form of phone calls or other ways, or informal meetings.
Did you find any minutes of informal meetings or formal meetings?
It'd be very rare for those sorts of interactions to be minuted in my experience.
Have you found any record of correspondence in any form between the two of them during the relevant period in view of your expectation of regular correspondence?
I've not found specific correspondence relating to the Robodebt scheme.
Not one document?
No. Between the two secretaries.
Does that strike you as odd, given your evidence about an expectation of regular correspondence?
Only to reiterate what I've said is that it may well have been the case that there was discussions taking place via telephone that would not have been documented.
So any discussions according to your comprehensive review of documents within a DHS, that is any discussions between the two secretaries of the directly relevant departments, were never reduced to writing so far as you can tell? Reduced to writing?
No.
No record of it exists?
No.
That surely must strike you as odd for the Robodebt scheme.
I don't know that I can say any more than it's not unusual for secretaries or CEOs to have regular phone calls about a whole variety of things that might be happening at the time.
And is it not unusual for absolutely no note to be made of them?
Well, I've not been able to find any record of meetings that specifically reference Robodebt. So to the extent I'm sure that the then two secretaries would meet, I haven't been able to find any documents or any minutes of those meetings.
That doesn't answer my question, which is it not unusual that there would be no written record?
Of a meeting?
Discussions, whether it's a meeting, a phone call, which bear on a significant policy.
Perhaps less the fact that there was no minutes and maybe that there weren't any emails afterwards. It could well have been a meeting with nobody else present.
So you've got a major program, they could be discussing aspects of it and nobody would ever know the difference because there's just no documentation of it.
I don't want to suggest that would have been the only mechanism. I'm simply making the point that it wouldn't always be the case that this would result in a written record.
Right.
It's not that it wouldn't always be the case. On your comprehensive review, at your direction, it's never been the case.
That's correct. I haven't found any documents that suggest that there were specific meetings around Robodebt between the two secretaries.
And when you say Robodebt, you're using it in the broad sense that I've used it in respect of any of the planning, development, testing, implementation, as the question was directed to the proper officer.
Yes.
So there's a specific governance framework established under the bilateral management arrangement, the head agreement, and you have not identified any document which falls under it in respect of correspondence between the two parties, the two departments?
Not specifically, no.
And the other governance framework you described was the relationship between secretaries, and no document exists there either?
No.
Can we go to Exhibit 838, DSS.501.001.225? It is the bilateral management agreement head agreement. That's the document that you referred to in, I think, paragraph 29A of the statement that I just took you to.
That's correct.
If the operator could please go to the page of the document ending 2244. This is the signature page of the bilateral management arrangement head agreement,
That's correct.
and it was signed by the Secretary of the Department of Human Services, Ms Campbell, on 22 October 2014, and the Secretary of the Department of Social Services, Mr Pratt, on the 21st of October 2014.
Correct.
So from your document review, it would have been obvious to you that within 2 months of the Department of Social Services receiving policy advice and legally advice in November and December of 2014, which was strongly against the DHS proposal, both secretaries had in fact entered into a documented relationship which managed the various aspects of their interaction as departments.
Manages their interactions, yes, that's correct.
And interactions which plainly captured the policy advice and the legal advice obtained by the Department of Social Services in November and December 2014.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
The arrangement captured the policy and legal advice obtained by the Department of Social Services obtained in November and December 2014.
I'm not sure to what extent I would say it captured it.
Well, you've read the document.
The bilateral management arrangement? Yes. Yep.
If we go back to the page ending I think 2229, paragraph 1, introduction with various subheadings. And if... Thank you. Mr Flavel, you can see what is set out there in the introduction. It's a documented process which is intended to support an effective working arrangement between the two agencies to achieve outcomes expected by the government.
Yes.
Obviously something that was intended to be taken seriously because it was reduced to writing and signed by secretaries.
Yes.
It can't be signed at any higher level within the departments, can it?
No, it cannot.
Although you say it was not legally enforceable, it was plainly a document which both secretaries intended would regulate the arrangements between the department.
I'd probably use the word codify rather than regulate.
Codify. And the objective, as it's set out in paragraph 1.1, was to establish a framework so that the departments worked seamlessly together. It's a high ideal, isn't it?
It is.
We go down to paragraph 1.3, legal basis. And again, although you say there's no legal obligation to comply with it, there was this paragraph identified as a legal basis, that is, the agreement was for the purposes of section 8B of the Human Services Centrelink Act 1997.
That's correct. I think that from memory that section, or insofar as the Centrelink one, allows the CEO of Centrelink to enter into agreements with any other Commonwealth official or secretary.
And to the same effect in section 7A of the Human Services Medicare Act of 1997.
I'm less familiar with that one because it's a different portfolio, different department.
Right. But plainly, what was contemplated by this agreement was something to which Centrelink was directly relevant.
That's correct, yes.
The second paragraph identifies that the obligations of both departments was to take all reasonable steps to ensure compliance with all relevant legislation, policies and guidelines. Directly relevant to that obligation was the legal advice and policy advice from late 2014 obtained by the Department of Social Services. In respect of the DHS proposal.
Do you agree with that proposition?
Sorry, was the question, was the legal advice consistent? I'm not sure I followed the question.
Sorry, the question was that the legal advice and policy advice from late 2014 obtained by the Department of Social Services related directly to the obligation set out in the second paragraph of 1.3.
The 2014 advice said this may not comply with the legislation. I think I'm fairly paraphrasing. This says that both departments will take steps to ensure compliance with all relevant legislation, policy and guidelines. Do you see a connection?
Yes, I see a connection here.
Paragraph 1.4 deals with outcomes which are sought to be achieved. Dot point 1 is a shared understanding of and responsibility for policy objectives and program outcomes. Again, there's a connection between the policy advice obtained by DSS in respect of the DHS proposal in November 2014.
The legal advice, you mean? Or
No, the policy advice from Mr Mason to Mr Whitecross.
Yes.
Yeah. A shared approach to providing advice and information to the government and external shareholders is contemplated by the fourth dot point, and the fifth dot point refers to comprehensively managed risk. Plainly, that included the legal advice as well.
Yes.
That is, DSS could only perform its obligations under the bilateral management arrangement by sharing the policy advice and the legal advice with DHS in November and December 2014, correct?
Correct, yeah.
And that's partly because if paragraph 1.5 of the document, it is the roles and accountabilities of each department are set out in a table, and for the Department of Social Services that includes policy, the DSS is the policy department responsible for income security and support policies and programs. You see that?
Yes, that would be a statement, I think, of the commonly understood distinction between the two departments and now DSS and Services Australia. That is, the DSS is responsible for policy and legislation, DHS, Services Australia, responsible for service delivery, including aspects of the way that that's designed and then ultimately delivered and implemented.
And it's clear from the description of roles and accountabilities in this document that there is a recognition that the DHS proposal in respect of what was to become the Robodebt scheme created dual obligations within each department.
Could you describe, dual obligations?
Well, with DSS, it was the policy department responsible for policies that related to the proposal.
I think in this case it was relating to compliance policy. So there would be occasions on which there may be changes, for instance, the way in which compliance is undertaken that don't involve changes to the law. They may simply reflect changes in the intensity of effort or other mechanisms. I think it would be commonly understood that those would formally be policy responsibilities of the Department of Human Services.
Yes, but the Robodebt scheme, or rather the advice legal advice in 2014, as summarised by the Commissioner, plainly didn't fall within that category, did it?
Well, it was more that that was a proposal that was emanating from the Department of Human Services. In my experience, the majority of policy changes actually emanate from the Department of Social Services, and where DHS or Service Australia would then be consulted on aspects of how that change might be implemented, what it would cost, what implications there might be.
And you say your experience, you're referring to a period from 2020 onwards.
Yes, but probably more generally than that.
That is from your experience in Treasury as well.
In Treasury, but if you look back on the 2015-16 budget, there were a couple of other major measures that were announced at that time by the government. One was in relation to a change in the way that the asset testing arrangements worked for pensioners that had quite significant financial implications. There was also a proposed change to the way that the paid parental leave scheme operated. Those measures were outlined in the 2015-16 budget. In the documents I've seen through searching, those were developed fully by the Department of Social Services. DHS would have been consulted in respect of the implementation of those measures, but policy responsibility and primary accountability rested with DSS. It was the fact that the particular proposal in relation to the use of PAYG information actually emanated from the Department of Human Services that I think I'm trying to draw attention to.
And that engaged the responsibilities of the Department of Social Services?
Yes, as you would expect it would, because the bilateral management arrangement commits both parties to work collaboratively together, even where one of them may be in the position of taking the lead on something.
Yes. So how did the bilateral management agreement work in practice in respect of the DHS proposal in late 2014, which ultimately became the budget measure in May 2015 and following years?
I'm not sure that the bilateral management agreement was that specific to the Robodebt scheme. In other words, it doesn't, from memory, doesn't really go to the development of new policy proposals and the who does what, for instance.
What governance arrangement then does go to the development of new policy proposals and legal issues and policy issues in respect of the DHS proposal?
Well, ultimately it's ministers who put forward new policy proposals. The proposal that's being referred to in late 2014, at that point it is actually just a proposal of departments. In my experience, the bureaucracy develops proposals all the time, as you might expect it would, for the benefit of the well-being of the citizens. From time to time, proposals may be initiated by ministers, but a new policy proposal is only a new policy proposal at the point at which it's brought into the sphere of Cabinet and the Expenditure Review Committee for decision.
You say departments prepare new policy proposals all the time for the benefit of its citizens, but the advice within DSS was that it would not potentially fit the legislative requirements, and the policy advice was that it wouldn't be for the benefit of the social security recipients. What did DSS do with that information in respect of sharing it with DHS?
I understand there were emails. The point I'm trying to draw out is that at that point it's not a new policy proposal, it's simply a policy proposal that's being worked on at that point actually by fairly junior officials across both departments.
Yes, what did DSS do with its policy and legal advice in respect of the DHS proposal?
Well, I don't know, because to know that I would need to know what actually went into the Cabinet submission at the point at which the new policy proposal to give effect to this scheme actually took place.
What did DSS do insofar as its relationship with DHS in respect of the legal and policy advice?
Well, as I recall, that there was sharing of that information, and that the then Deputy Secretary Serena Wilson made contact with Melissa Golightly, who was at that point the Deputy CEO, to either discuss or raise the concerns that DSS had.
And what record do we have of those communications?
There's an email to that effect.
To what effect?
that DSS had concerns at that level with what was being proposed.
Is that an internal email within DSS?
You mean, no, it was an email between Serena Wilson and Melissa Golightly.
And what was the date of that email?
I don't know, but it was around the period of late January 2015.
In paragraph 93, you say, on or around 16 January 2015, this internal policy of legal advice was communicated to the agency. Is that what you're talking
I am, thank you, Commissioner. That would have been the advice. I just recall that that at the time, sorry, can I correct myself? My recollection thinking to that document is it may have actually been from Kath Halbert, who was a group manager in the payment area in DSS, and she was acting for Serena Wilson, who was on leave at that time. The reason I remember it is simply because the email made from Melissa Golightly makes reference to the fact, uses words like congratulations on the acting. So Kath Halbert is acting in the position of the Deputy Secretary at that point.
Did you identify any earlier communication of the legal and policy advice by Serena Wilson to anyone at DHS?
Not before that time, not at that level, as in not from Serena to DHS.
But you had identified that Ms Wilson had received the legal and policy advice and indicated she would communicate to Mr Pratt and Ms Golightly?
Certainly to Ms Golightly, yeah. But it was actually Kath Halbert, actually, from what the evidence I've just given.
Yes, what might have happened in January 2015, I'm talking about what happened in December 2014. Did you identify that email that I've referred to?
I don't recall that email, no.
And you make no specific reference to it in your statement?
No, because we're simply pointing out that in January 2015 at a senior level the concerns were raised between DSS and DHS.
And what was the response from DHS?
I've not seen a response. I've not seen a response other than I recall that Ms Golightly said, thanks, we'll discuss further or consider further. There wasn't a specific response that went to the heart of the proposal.
So you haven't identified again any document which indicates the nature and the content of the information communicated between DSS and DHS at a level below secretarial level either?
Other than the email that I've just referred to, which outlined the concerns.
Right. And then the trail goes cold.
It essentially goes cold, but my point earlier was in the development of proposals, it's not uncommon for there to be quite a lot of back and forward between departments and agencies and those who might be involved in the policy. It's really once you get to late March 2015 when the proposal is actually formally a new policy proposal, where formally any risks or legal advice or legal issues would be raised with those who are actually responsible for taking the decisions.
Yes, one of the issues that I'm trying to identify is how it was that despite DSS having in its possession legal and policy advice which was strongly against the DHS proposal, there is in fact a new policy proposal developed by DHS.
Well, I think it's a matter of almost public record that at the time there was increasing focus being given to the exchange of, the use of matched information in order to identify potential debts. That was being worked on for quite some time. Indeed, in both the 2011-12 budget and the 2012-13 budget from memory, there was additional funding given by the then governments to then DHS for increased data matching activity. So I guess I'm trying to say that it wouldn't have been that surprising that there may have been proposals around at that time involving the use of matched information.
What may be surprising is that when DSS got specific advice which was against the proposal, it still went ahead. On your review of the documents, was the DSS advice, policy and legal, disregarded by DHS?
Well, when you say it went ahead, you have to know what was actually in front of the Cabinet at the time to know that that proposal went ahead.
No, there is a February 2015 brief to a minister, so we know what went ahead.
I think
And that's what I'm getting at.
that 2015 minute, I think, is the one to Mr Morrison.
Yes.
And what that did was simply establish that a proposal should be developed for consideration by ERC.
Yes, but the point is that process proceeded, that is, an executive minute to the relevant minister was developed, irrespective of the policy advice and legal advice that was communicated by DSS to DHS. And I'm trying to understand how that happens. Did DHS disregard the advice?
My recollection from that minute is that it did refer to the fact that there may need to be legislative change.
It proceeded irrespective with that caveat, you're saying?
Well, the proposal was simply to develop a proposal from that point.
Yes, did you see any inconsistency between the policy advice and the legal advice, both of which addressed the creation of debts from income averaging and what was implemented in terms of the budget measures which followed?
Well, I guess that it does appear somewhat unclear on the surface as to whether the proposal was one of simply presenting information to customers in an online environment compared to the use of the averaged data in order to generate a debt absent any other information.
And why do you say that's unclear?
In reading the budget documentation from the 2015 budget, there's no reference to the fact that there'll be a change in approach.
Yes, but you know that in fact what Anne Pulford identified or was asked to address, that is the concept of income averaging as a basis for a creation of a debt, was a feature of the practical application of the budget measure.
That was a feature of the proposal that was being discussed at the in the latter stages of 2014. I keep coming back to the fact that you actually need to go to the proposal. There is only one proposal, and that's the new policy proposal that goes to the Expenditure Review Committee of Cabinet and ultimately Cabinet for decision in late March.
The distinction I'm drawing is between whatever documents were before Cabinet and the actual implementation of a budget measure. In the implementation of the budget measure, income averaging was adopted as a basis for the creation of debts. And I'm saying that's the same thing that was addressed by the DSS advice in December 2014. And my question is, how does DSS let it get to that point when it has advice that that doesn't fit within the legislative requirements, given the bilateral management agreement and every other relationship you've described of regular communication between the departments?
Yeah, I think it's probably, in my view, less about the bilateral management arrangement and what advice was given to ministers from DSS at the time the decision was taken about legal and other risks that were attached to the proposal. And I've not sourced documents to that effect.
You mean it was never put to them that there would be data matching? Is that what you're saying?
That there would be data matching, but as I've said, data matching has been a feature of the landscape for quite some time. It's the reliance on the averaged data
Averaging, really? Nothing about that?
Sorry?
It's the averaging, really? There's nothing about that, you say? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that I've not seen anything that suggests that there was particular advice given from senior levels of DSS at the time the decision's taken in late March relating to the risks attached to the proposal.
Why not? Wouldn't it have been obvious, given its earlier advice and its understanding of what DHS proposed?
Yeah, it is a mystery.
Did it appear to you as though the advice from December 2014 was just shelved because it conflicted with the will of the government?
I'm sorry to harp on it, but unless I know what actually went to Cabinet and it was exactly the same as what was being proposed in 2014, it's difficult to say.
Yes, well, you're here giving evidence as the proper officer. You hold yourself out as that and you've conducted an extensive review of documents. My question's related to the conduct of DSS, not the ministers, and why DSS didn't do something with the advice that it obtained when it was obvious that the proposal required or DHS was going to implement income averaging. What did DSS do with it? The advice?
I've not found anything that suggests that was raised at the time that the decisions were taken in March of 2015.
Or at any time thereafter?
Well, the appropriate time to do, once the decision's taken, then the focus turns on implementation of that. So yes, in the period after as well.
So once advice is given by DSS, but not communicated in respect of a new policy proposal to a minister, and the minister gives the green light to the proposal, the focus turns away from the legal advice to implementation.
Correct. Yes.
Irrespective of the view that the department held that the process as it was implemented or proposed to be implemented by DHS may not fit within the legislative scheme.
No, although I do note that at later stages there is reference to the fact that the department is given presentations of the OCI and is satisfied that it's operating consistent with legislative provisions.
And how did it satisfy itself then?
There was reference to a meeting at Tuggeranong Office Park in early 2017.
And did that meeting include the provision of legal advice by DSS or review of the 2014 legal advice?
I hazard to say, I'm just assuming, but assuming it was a presentation of the way in which the online compliance intervention worked, and that DSS officers felt satisfied. Indeed, in around April 2017, be aware that Mr. Finn Pratt, the then Secretary, wrote a letter to the Ombudsman with words to the effect that the department is satisfied that it's operating consistent with legislative provisions.
And where have you identified the source or what documents are relied on for that position?
There's a reference to briefing for estimates hearings in the early part of 2017 that reference that fact.
And in the preparation of the briefings for that purpose, have you identified legal advice?
Have I identified? No legal advice.
Right. So the satisfaction occurred irrespective of any material change that you've identified from the legal advice of 2014?
It presumably involved officials of DSS satisfying themselves that the way in which the measure was being implemented was consistent with the legislation.
Presumably, but it appears they did so without any legal advice.
I'm just not sure what you mean by getting separate legal advice, or just...
There was a legal advice from Ms Pulford in 2014, and was that revisited, to your knowledge?
In 2017, I don't recall it being revisited in the files I've seen, obviously.
So what you're saying is departmental officials shifted from dissatisfaction in respect of compliance with legislative requirements to satisfaction in compliance with legislative requirements because of a presentation by DHS.
Well, it appears there is some way of doing that because Mr Pratt has written a letter to the Ombudsman, which is a public letter, saying that it's consistent with legislative provisions.
Yes, that's what I'm getting at. The basis of...
Those are questions best put to Mr Pratt, I think.
Right.
Look, just before we go anywhere else, the email of the 16th of January 2015, I've done a search, I can't find it. That may be my poor searching skills. I don't know if those instructing you, Mr Gregory, have turned it up. This is the one from Serena Wilson to Melissa Golightly.
I think the witness described it as Kath Halbert to...
Kath Halbert or Serena Wilson or anybody. I still can't find it.
Yes.
Just searching by Melissa and the date. Maybe that I'm missing something, but do you have it?
No.
We will have a morning break at some stage. During that morning break, could you, perhaps with the assistance of the lawyers for the Commonwealth, turn that up and give us the document reference?
Commissioner, could I just foreshadow Exhibit 837C, which is the response from the Commonwealth solicitors of 28 October 2022, attached to Excel spreadsheets identifying lists of documents produced in response to NTG 10, there's also an earlier piece of correspondence that attaches an additional Excel spreadsheet. We'll confirm whether that correspondence is included in that, and if not, I'll make further inquiries and obtain updated instructions.
Thanks.
Thank you. Returning to the bilateral management agreement, Exhibit 838, my document's got two different page numbers, but it's paragraph 2.3, BMA operational arrangements. Thank you. In the overview of the Bilateral Management Committee, it identifies that the BMC is the highest governance committee and sets strategic direction of jointly managed work and monitors program and payment performance. The BMC fosters collaborative relationships and attempts to resolve all escalated issues raised within the performance assurance reporting process. Minutes are recorded and action items are assigned. And it continues. Did you review the minutes of the Bilateral Management Committee in the preparation of your statement?
I made inquiries as to whether any minutes referenced Robodebt or equivalent terms.
You did not yourself review any minutes?
I reviewed some minutes, yes.
From what period of time?
Throughout the period of the notice.
When was the first meeting that was minuted following the October signing?
They meet quarterly. I don't have the date, sorry. The Bilateral Management Committee generally meets quarterly.
Was there a meeting in late 2014?
I can't recall the date of that meeting.
Was there a meeting in the first quarter of 2015?
There would have been one, within that period.
And your review of those minutes indicates that the discussions surrounding the DHS proposal were not recorded as a discussion item in those minutes.
That's right.
Does that strike you as odd?
I think probably Bilateral Management Committee has more of a focus on implementation as opposed to when policies are being developed.
Well, who focuses on the development of policy and where are their minutes?
Well, I think we've covered that earlier, that isn't necessarily codified in the BMA arrangement.
If we go down to role and accountability, you can see the third dot point involves providing guidance on operational issues, monitoring and mitigating risks, and on it goes. The mitigation of risk would surely include the mitigation of legal risk associated with the DHS proposal.
Yes.
And still it's not mentioned despite the advice obtained by DSS against the proposal.
Well, once implemented in the 2015-16 budget, I don't recall seeing any documents beyond that point or around the time raising the risks around the legal position.
What about in the first quarter of 2015?
Was I've just said, at that point there is no decision, simply a proposal which is being contemplated.
With obvious legal risk?
If implemented in the way foreshadowed by DHS in late 2014.
And there's no indication to you that anything had changed between...
I've not, as I have reiterated before, it's really a matter that falls within the purview of the documents that went to Cabinet in late March 2015.
No, I don't think it does. My question is that there existed a legal risk known by DSS at least Deputy Secretary in respect of the DHS proposal in late 2014, and I understood your evidence to indicate that there were quarterly meetings of the Bilateral Management Committee from which minutes are to be recorded and which includes, that is, roles and accountability of that committee, mitigating risks. The proposal was obviously ongoing. You've got no documents to suggest it changed from the time the advice was given, and yet there's no reference to the risk in the minutes, is what you're saying.
Yes, noting what I've said earlier about the focus of the BMC being on things that have been announced.
And where do I find that in this document?
I'm giving you, I think, probably a commonly understood way that the Bilateral Management Committee operates, which is that it's really best thought of as a formal mechanism to codify what is otherwise, I think, a pattern of regular engagement between DSS and DHS and now Severs Australia. In other words, things are not saved up for the Bilateral Management Committee. There's regular contact on a daily basis between, as there is now, senior people between the two entities on matters. So in other words, I'm trying to say it wouldn't have necessarily fallen to have been specifically the purview of the BMC or BMA to be solely responsibility for mitigating risk in relation to the proposal.
I'm not suggesting that the BMA or BMC had sole responsibility for mitigating risk. I'm saying there was a risk that existed on a DHS proposal, which was plainly, according to your evidence, the subject of ongoing discussions between the departments, and it was a matter, obviously, of some significance. And you can't give any explanation as to why there's not a single record of it, even in the minutes.
No, I can only reiterate what I've already said about the focus being on implementation.
And that's based on what you say, not what the document says, and you weren't there at the time.
No.
All right. We turn over the page to the two boxes which appear there. We can see at the top part of the page there are relationship managers with various roles and accountabilities. Relating to operational governance and strong interdepartmental relations, supported by secretariat functions, and there's effective governance in dot points there, which is set out, and meetings are frequent but as required. You identified any minutes or records of such a meeting between relationship managers which relate to this proposal prior to it becoming a budget measure?
Not a meeting as such, only to refer to the evidence I've previously given about concerns being raised at the SES Band 3, the deputy level or designate of, in around sort of January 2015 with the proposal.
And are the parties to that email communication relationship managers within this agreement?
I think, well, certainly Kath Halbert would have been a Band 2 at that time. So.
Does that mean that she is a relationship manager within the agreement?
I think that it uses that language to identify that across the range of payments and responsibilities that it's important to have designated leads in both DHS and DSS for matters.
We go then down to the next level of governance. It's called Strategic Business Discussions, SBDs, with various roles and accountabilities. And it seems service arrangement owners at the SES Band 2 level. Do you know whether there were meetings held quarterly and as noted in the SBD terms of reference?
I understand, yes, that they were held quarterly.
And in the first quarter of 2015, was any reference made to the DHS proposal which made its way into the budget measure?
No. And indeed, SBD is really a subsidiary body, if you want to call it that, without making it overly formal. So to the extent it's not within the minutes of the Bilateral Management Committee I think it would take as read that it's not within the minutes of the SBD, relevant SBD.
Or indeed the BMA committee on the next page, the BMA Committee for Systems Access and Management Information. Nothing there either.
No, I mean, that's a forum that was really at the time around access to IT systems. So it's very much focused not on policy, but really just about the access to IT and data.
Which had direct relevance to the DHS proposal, given its use of large amounts of interventions with data from the ATO.
I think it's more about the ability of DSS as the program owner to access data held by then DHS, rather than about the governance of arrangements between DHS and ATO in relation to data matching.
One of the key performance measures in the document under paragraph 3 is the management and mitigation of identified risks. How would you say DSS, from your review of the documents, managed and mitigated the legal risk that it identified in December 2014?
Well, I think we keep circling around the same issue, is that in the early part of 2015, these concerns were raised with the Department of Human Services. The critical issue is what happened with those, and then what was changed or not changed in the proposal that went to Expenditure Review Committee in the latter part of March 2015.
Yes. And your answers to those questions that you've just raised is that there's no evidence of anything changing and no evidence of anything happening in response.
There's no evidence of a piece of advice going from DSS to the Minister for Social Services identifying particular risks.
And so coming back to my question, is the answer to DSS mitigation of legal risks an email on the 16th of January 2016?
On the face of it, in terms of documents, that does appear to be the case.
Do you consider that sufficient as the proper officer of DSS?
I think that in reviewing the documents, there's a question as to what occurred between that time and the time that the proposal was actually taken forward. It's pretty common, in fact, not common, it is the practice when new policy proposals form part of budget submissions and they go forward to Expenditure Review Committee, that there's a range of briefing provided for ministers. I think the critical issue is what was in front of ministers at the time that the decision was taken, and what discussions actually happened in constructing the proposal.
And you don't know either of those things that you call the critical decision or critical information?
They'd be documents that are actually the property of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. They're all Cabinet documents and associated materials, so things like green briefs. So for every budget proposal, the Department of Finance produces for every budget consideration, the Department of Finance produces something called a green brief, which outlines a position from finance and other central agencies in relation to those proposals. It will identify whether legislative change is required, whether there are other particular risks or aspects of the proposals that wishes to comment on, so that ministers have all that information available, plus the Cabinet submission when they take a decision.
Is that convenient, Tom?
Yes. Now, you'll find over the break the document referred to in paragraph 93 of your statement, and you'll confirm that I hope that the Commission has been provided with it. Thank you. We will adjourn until 10:02.
All rise. The Royal Commission stands adjourned until 11:50. Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Gregory, have we got the email?
Yes, we understand that we do. There is a document which has been printed.
I think I found this on the search. Is it the thing that's just been handed to me?
Yes.
Well, does Mr Flavel have a copy of it?
He does.
Is that the document you were talking about? Mr Flavel?
With apologies, I don't think it is, Commissioner.
No, because I was going to ask you to explain to me how that conveyed legal and policy advice.
Yes, I have a very strong recollection of the document. As I said, it references the fact that Ms Halbert is acting and uses the term, the language, congratulations on the acting from Ms Golightly.
Well, it sounds delightful, but we don't seem to have it.
I understand, I apologise, but this...
I have seen that document somewhere, if that's the reference.
Well, it's beyond, it's beyond my searching skill, which is not saying much, but it certainly isn't this document. And I'd very much like to see it. Yes, Ms Hogan.
Commissioner, I've asked for instructions about the document you've sought. The document that you have is dated 16 January 2015, but the substance of it is not accord with the witnesses.
Something else
evidence.
altogether.
All I can do is that I say I've sought instructions.
Thank you.
Before I move on from this document, was this one that you had seen, Mr Flavel?
I don't recall it is, and look, literally in the minute that I've had it, it appears to have an attachment that's actually about compliance, mutual obligations and compliance arrangements. So it's not subject material that's actually
Job seekers.
Yeah, I mean, at the time there would have been huge numbers of emails in the run-up to a budget. Going back and forward. I've given my best recollection of the document. In fact, I don't have anything further. I apologise, but I don't have anything further to add other than that my recollection of the document was about the acting, but did reference the fact that DSS had concerns with the proposals and that Ms Golightly had acknowledged the receipt. But as I've said earlier, there wasn't any further documents that suggested that indicated what happened beyond that point and in the run-up to when the decisions were taken on the proposal.
Did it actually attach the legal and policy advice or give it substance? Do you know that?
I think that it may have actually been contained in the email itself.
In what sense? That this is the advice we've got?
Yes,
or
yeah.
Did it literally provide the advices?
I think that it was a summary, but my memory might be failing me on that point, but that it was around the concerns that the department had about what was being proposed.
Okay, well, it's a
Under the
critical issue
PRYG
and I'm very keen to see it. Thank you.
So there's no ambiguity. The document which has been the subject of discussion is CTH-3008.0007.8167 and attachment C, which was produced in response to NTP-0001 by Services Australia. And it won't be tendered at this point.
I wouldn't bother.
No. At paragraph 98 of your statement, Mr Flavel, you refer to an advice by Clayton Oots, 14 August 2018. Do you recall reviewing that document?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. What investigations did you make in respect of what happened to that document once it was received by DSS?
I don't recall seeing what happened to it other than I recall some reference that it was going to be discussed at senior levels.
And where was that reference?
Would have been a related email, I think, not the advice itself.
Who was the email between? Or from?
I recall that the email involved Alison Essex, who was then, I think, a branch manager or an acting branch manager within DSS.
Is this one of the documents that you have produced which was referred to in one of the two Excel spreadsheets to the letter of 28 October?
It may well have been, but my comment there at paragraph 98 is simply about noting that Clayton Utz provided draft advice to the department.
The questions that you are responding to in paragraphs 88, at least through to 98 and perhaps following, questions 20 through 23 set out on the previous page, and they broadly relate to the problems or concerns with the ACO program identified by the department when it became aware what action was taken, produced copies of advices and communications, and documents that relate to the taking of action or otherwise. So what documents did you identify about the taking of action in respect of the August 2018 Clayton Utz advice?
I don't recall any emails that went to the taking of action, simply the receipt of the advice.
Did you ask for specific searches to be conducted in respect of what happened to that advice?
Not specific to that advice. It would have just been, as I've covered earlier, in terms of the various search criteria that we used.
This was obviously sufficiently significant to identify it as a standalone advice in your statement. Surely what happened with it was of equal significance?
As I said, I don't recall seeing anything in terms of what actually happened with the advice itself.
I understand that, but my question was, surely you would agree that what happened with the advice was of equal significance to the advice?
Absolutely, and I'm saying I didn't find any documents that went to that point.
This is an occasion where the trail just goes cold again after the receipt of a significant legal advice.
So that advice, the Clayton Utz advice, I think contained reference also, I think it's the one relating to the Terry Carney article.
Yes.
And contained advice in relation to a specific AAT matter, as well as I think some commentary on some of the matters raised by Mr. Carney in an article he'd published.
Yes.
I'm just recalling, the document itself and reiterating what I've said before about the trail essentially appearing to go cold beyond that point.
What possible explanation could there be from a departmental perspective about why nothing seemed to happen with that advice after it was received?
I don't know.
Have you made any inquiries?
Not specific to that point, no.
Is it a practice you're familiar with, getting draft advice, and if it's unfavourable, suppressing it?
It's not, and I've heard evidence given last week that went to that point. I think that, as has been covered, it's not unusual for there to be draft and final advice, but that appears to be more of a practice around process rather than seeking to differentiate. Certainly, draft advice is still advice.
Yes, and can you see any reason at all for not getting it finalised?
No, I can't.
Okay, thank you.
Can you identify any reason why it wouldn't have been shared with DHS?
No, I can't.
Section 10.8 of the Legal Services Directions of 2005, which are, 2016, I think, 17, I think they were amended, was in force at this particular point, which obliged DSS to share the advice because it related to a matter of, well, significance to a government program that was carried out by DHS. Particularly where there's a legislative imperative to share that advice, can you identify why that legislative imperative would have been ignored?
I can't.
It seems to be a significant shortcoming in terms of the treatment of unfavourable advice within DSS.
It does.
What steps have been taken by the department in respect of that practice since then?
Well, I've not been aware in my time that advice is routinely ignored if it appears to be unfavourable. So I'm not aware of, I'm not aware of specific actions taken, but it's not a practice that I'm aware of that occurs in the department.
So did you say you have not been aware?
I've not been aware, yeah.
At paragraph 110, you say this: the department had visibility of some appeals to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal that involved decisions made by the agency delegates in relation to debts raised using income averaging. By what means was that so?
There were two particular AAT decisions that referenced averaging and the use of averaging, invalidating the debt being raised in those cases.
Well, you've described two decisions at paragraphs 112 and 113. Are those the two you refer to?
Those are the two, yes.
But are you familiar with the standing operational statements?
I am. Between the two departments on legal matters?
Yes.
Yes, yep.
And your understanding of the standing operational statements in respect of unfavourable decisions at AAT Tier 1 decisions, what's that?
That they're to be referred in particular circumstances to DSS.
Those circumstances include, in respect of the Robodebt scheme, various findings in 2017 of which we are now aware that income averaging was an unlawful or an adequate basis to allege a debt. You familiar with that?
Yes.
Can you identify whether any of the decisions from 2017 which came to that conclusion in AAT Tier 1 were referred to DSS pursuant to the standing operational statements?
I don't believe they were.
Can you identify why?
I can't. Those would be questions you'd have to put to Service Australia or representatives of DHS. They flow from DHS to DSS.
Does DSS have any governance arrangement or system of checks whereby they follow up with the AAT or DHS about what decisions might fit that category?
If you're talking in general or specifically now, I think that I can't really talk generally. I can talk about now.
No. I was talking about then, but is there something now?
Well, there's a regular report given across that documents all of the AAT decisions that cover the social security field. In addition, a report on major litigation issues that might be outside services, that might be outside the Social Security Act, but relate to other matters within the purview of the department. Might be in relation to a non-social security matter that Service Australia has responsibility for. That listing is complemented by, is organised according to whether the appeal is a customer appeal or a secretary appeal.
And when did that process of reporting commence?
So the current one at the commencement of the current secretary's tenure in around the middle of last year.
And that was a new process which was implemented in the middle of last year?
It was a new process.
And is the purpose of the process for DSS to satisfy itself that it is being kept up to date by DHS?
I think it's got multiple purposes. It's a check, But I think more importantly, by having it presented in a more systematic way allows conclusions to be drawn about if there are any patterns, if you like, of decisions that might be relevant in relation to the law. And I'm not aware that that practice was used at the time of Robodebt.
No, there was just a legislative imperative, which didn't appear to be followed.
Yes.
Now, Commissioner, I have, there are two Excel spreadsheets which were attached to the letter dated 28 October 2022, which ought to be included in Exhibit 837 capital C. Those will be made available in due course. And there is correspondence between the respective solicitors in respect of Mr Flavel's selection as the proper officer and the circumstances in which that came about, and that will be tendered as 837 capital D.
Okay, 837D, and I'll accept the other documents as part of 837C.
Yes.
Commissioner, I've had the document located, provided the document code to my learned friend. I think he may have now been just looking at it.
All right, well, can we establish whether we've got that? Just while that's happening, can I just ask you a couple of questions about documents on which you relied? If you go to paragraph 56 of your statement, you say the department considered whether getting data other than under the Act would comply with secrecy provisions in taxation legislation, and also whether amendments to the Social Security Act were required. I don't suppose you're able to tell us what the documents are you relied on?
In both cases, there were emails.
Any more detail?
I could get it, I just don't have it.
All right. Will you undertake to do that
I will,
then without the need for a further notice, if you could do that once we're finished here? And I should, while I'm at it, take you to paragraph 72. 72, 70 and 73 about data matching in accordance with the Act. And you say that the department, the material indicates that the department was aware of issues concerning problems with proceeding under the Act. Again, I don't know if it's the same material or not, but will you undertake to identify just what it is you're talking about there?
I will. Again, I recall it was a document or email that went to the amount of time that it took under the Data Matching Act to procure a result.
Thank you.
The email that's been identified to me while I'm on my feet is an email dated 23 January 2015.
23 January?
Yes.
Oh, that might explain why the searches didn't work.
And it refers to an attachment described as the revised new draft brief to Minister Morrison .doc, and I think it is what became the 12 February executive minute.
Well, does it...
But it's not attached to this email, and it might be appropriate while the witness is present to just stand down for 5 minutes to see what I can find in respect of the document, rather than have it linger.
Okay, we will do that. Jess, can you bring your laptop? All right, we'll adjourn briefly.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned for a short break. The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Progress?
Yes, Commissioner, I understand that the email and the attachment is being printed and will be with us shortly.
Yes, I did have a look at a document whose number was provided to me. I don't know if it was accurate, but it seemed to annex two drafts of the minutes to the minister, which I wouldn't have thought said much about legal advices, but I could be wrong.
I've been able to...
Have you seen something that says, DHS, here is the legal advice?
No, it's a little more coded than that. It is in fact the draft executive minute, one of the variations of the draft executive minute, which identifies that the proposal has been the subject of I'll read paragraph 7. Some of the options listed in attachment A would need legislative and/or policy changes. The department has consulted DSS on the proposals. DSS has advised that some of the proposals may have significant implications for social security policy and legislation. The proposals will also need to be assessed as to their consistency with policy directions being pursued for all payments under the welfare reform and the government's commitment to reduce regulatory burden.
So what we've got is DSS has advised that some of the proposals may have significant implications for social security policy and legislation. Is that as good as it gets?
Yes.
Is this what you're talking about, or were you talking about something more specific that actually told them what the advice was?
Commissioner, no, that is the email in that I was recalling, and that it's about the concerns that DSS has without then going on to the substance of the legal advice.
Okay. All right, thank you. Now that will be in evidence already, will it?
Exhibit, I don't think that version of it is, although it might be. If I could ask Exhibit 64 to be brought up, and again,
I can tell you that the various drafts of this minute were the subject of the public interest immunity claim and are ruled in favour of production in respect of these.
yes.
So if it's not in evidence, it can be.
Yes. I understand that a draft is in evidence as part of Exhibit 64 and it's document that ends 0020.
Okay, and it's got that statement, may have significant implications for social security policy and legislation.
Or something similar to it, depending upon which version of the draft.
All right. So as far as we know, there's never a, here's the advice, let alone, or here's the legal and policy advice, or even here's what our advice actually says. We haven't found any document that does that.
No, not at that time. It was simply about the substance of the concerns with the, summary of the concerns that DSS has with the potential for legislative change to be required to give effect to that policy.
You see, Mr. Flavel, it's a pretty good illustration of why we need you to identify the documents you rely on so that we can actually see what they say and how much they say or how little they say. Would you accept?
Understood.
Thank you.
The document, or whatever version of it is in evidence, is about to be placed on the screen, I think, for clarity.
Just while we're waiting, how long will it take for you to give us the response to what I asked of you in relation to, I think it was paragraphs 56 and 72, to identify the documents?
Those are the data matching ones. I think that should be reasonably straightforward.
So how fast?
I would just need access to a computer, that's all.
All right, so you could do it by close of business tomorrow at the work?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Actually, could you do it by close of business today?
Yes, I think that should be feasible.
Good, thank you. Yes, Ms Hogan-Doyle?
Commissioner, there is, I may seek some additional instructions as to that in respect of DSS people who are available today. Just given that Mr Flavel's in the witness box and not able to actually action it.
I didn't think he was going to be in the witness box very much longer.
No, just after this document's produced, he'll be free, and that'll be before lunch, yes.
That might cheer you up, Mr Flavel.
I'm told a further 5 minutes is required to produce the document. If it's the one I'm thinking of, there are a couple of questions I have for Mr Flavel about it.
So we do need it?
I think so.
All right, I'll adjourn again briefly.
Stands adjourned for a short break. The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
No good news, I'm afraid, Commissioner. We can't identify what I was hoping that we could identify, that both myself and Ms Hogan-Doran are aware of. We thought it was tendered last week, but we can't locate it. In short, I don't have any further questions for this witness, but there is in existence a draft brief to the Minister which reflects DSS modification of the language so that it, following that modification, it read as I read into the record, but the language before that was stronger. But we can't find the document at this point.
Commissioner, the document that is on the screen is part of Exhibit 64, which were the bundle of documents produced with respect to Mr Jones's evidence last week.
Thank you.
This document was the one that was originally marked, because of its attachment, originally marked as Exhibit E. I don't know whether in the system it has been consolidated within Exhibit 64, notwithstanding that you ultimately did make a ruling to make it part of Exhibit 64. Mr Gregory, that attachment became part of Exhibit 64, but I don't know whether it's been consolidated as part of Exhibit 64. And I've also ascertained that the production by DSS of attachments to the email of 23 January 2015 has been provided as a PDF, and I'm seeking urgent instructions into obtaining it as a native file so that the two documents attached can be compared.
Okay, I'm looking at Exhibit E, and it's got the cross out of some of the proposals may have fundamental impacts on social security policy and legislation. Instead, it says significant implications for, and the words, and it could be expected that some proposals will come under significant scrutiny as not being consistent with the overall beneficial nature of social security law across town.
That's the one, and I'm told it can now be brought up on the screen, but it wasn't tendered last week because I think that there may have been uncertainty about the ruling for public interest immunity purposes, but it now should form part of the exhibit.
Exhibit E, did it not get a... And it got marked as part of 64, I'm told.
Oh, it did, okay.
Yeah, in fact, I'm looking at the back of it. It's got 64 on it.
64E. Yes, if that could be brought up on the screen, please.
Yeah, you might as well have them, Jess. Thanks. Don't suppose you wouldn't tell me what Impact Day is?
I can't assist.
Your counsel assisting, Mr Gregory.
Yeah, I'll work harder. Firstly, Mr Flavel, this is a draft of a Department of Human Services Executive Minute B15, which hasn't been further numbered because it's in draft form, and it contains a draft of what I think you referred to as an attachment of the earlier email that you saw that I read into the record, part thereof. That's
yes,
right?
that's right. And scrolling through, I think that reference to the interactions between Kath Halbert and Melissa Golightly is captured on the attached email.
Yes, so if we could go down to paragraph 7 on the second page of the document and ask that it be pulled out. Thank you. We can see there that this document is in markup form and these are amendments made by someone in DSS in respect of the potential legislative consequence of some of the proposals.
That's correct.
All right? And the language has been, in effect, watered down from a very clear position that it would have fundamental impacts on social security policy and legislation to significant implications for. Right?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, do you know who prepared the draft in the first instance, whether it came from DSS or DHS?
I would be staggered if you mean the minute itself?
Yes.
I'd be staggered if it didn't come from DHS as the preparing entity.
And have you been able to identify where the less confrontational language derived from?
No, not in terms of who actually inputted into that document.
But it certainly makes it less obvious that there are legislative issues with the income averaging proposal.
That's correct. And it goes from a senior DSS person to a senior DHS person. So
yes,
the person who made the edits is sort of less significant than the fact that an email sent attaching it with edits in it from a senior person.
Can you just explain that?
Oh, sorry, I'm just making the point that I don't know who made those changes at paragraph 7, but I contend that it doesn't really matter because they're in a document that's then sent from a senior person at DSS to DHS. In other words, they have the authority of a senior person from DSS saying these are the changes that we need, that we would like to see made.
And what might be also of significance is whether the senior person who sent those edits with their authority had direct knowledge of the 2014 advice, legal advice.
Yes. But in order to conclude that there were significant implications, I think you could draw the conclusion that could only be by relying on that 2014 advice.
Yes, well, someone thought it was of fundamental significance and then it became less so.
Yes.
And it appears as though the change in language had the effect, or was designed to have the effect, that the minister would be more inclined to give the proposal his approval. That is, it reduced a potential hurdle of significance.
I'm not sure I would agree with that.
Well,
It still says significant implications for social security policy and legislation, and then further goes on to say will need to be assessed. I mean, this is a proposal. This is, at the stage of sort of saying in lay terms, do you want us to do further work on this to work up a proposal for the budget?
Well, this is an executive briefing minute for the minister, who would then give his assurance or direction to follow through with working up a proposal for the budget, correct?
That's correct.
And so this is the very first step in the process, and if it is identified at this point in time that the proposal requires legislative change, as a practical consequence, it's not going to make a May 2015 budget between February when this is drafted and May 2015.
It could make a May 2015 budget on the proviso that legislation was going to be introduced to give effect to it. That's the normal way in which policy is made. They're announced in the budget and the legislative change follows afterwards. So.
And it couldn't be given effect from 1 July 2015 as a debt recovery scheme without that, if there was the caveat that legislative change was required.
Correct. Yeah.
And so its ability to be implemented by DHS, this is the iterations of the Robodebt scheme, without the caveat of legislative change, all started in the change of language here.
I still regard significant implications of, your words are watered down. Significant has its ordinary meaning.
As does fundamental.
The highlighted text in yellow, is also relevant, I think.
Well, it's added in place of what's struck through in red, isn't it? That's the indication of the markup sequence.
Yeah.
So we've gone from some of the proposals will come under significant scrutiny as not being consistent with overall beneficial nature of social security law. 2, the proposals will also need to be assessed as to their consistency with policy directions being pursued for all payments, etc.
I was perhaps being specific more to the ending bit there about the government's commitment to reduce regulatory burden. It's an indicator of a change in approach in who bears the burden of complying with the social security law.
Yes, which the legislature might say something about. Yes?
Yeah.
And to your knowledge in the department, does say something about.
To my knowledge, what, sorry?
As an officer of the department, the legislature does say something about who bears the administrative burden of establishing.
That's right. The government's commitment to suggest there's a change afoot. The point I'm making is there's a potential change that's going to change the relative burden of complying with the regulation.
Yes. Nothing further. Thank you, Commissioner.
Ms Hogan-Doran?
Commissioner, could I just inquire, either of you or Councillor Assisting, the document that's on the screen, CTH 3008.0007.8879, to what that's attached to? I believe it was what was Exhibit E, became part of Exhibit 64.
We can probably show you a hard copy, Ms Hogan-Doran, if that helps.
On my instructions, it's attached to CTH.3008.0007.8877.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm.
And you are holding an exhibit there, so don't get too...
I've got it now. No, that's Commissioner, I don't need... I've confirmed the author of the email and I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Right, thank you. You've always got to watch council with exhibits in my experience. Can Mr Flavel be excused?
Well, I think he's undertaken to produce some documents which I think are imminent.
Yes, yeah, Commissioner, I've conferred with Mr Flavel during the break and I've sought instructions. The paragraphs 56 and 72, I've identified the emails that are responsive to your Commissioner's question. They are marked, or at least 2 of the 4 are marked as public interest immunity. I'm having it confirmed that there is or isn't a claim, but they're in a position subject to that to be produced today, and hopefully with the full position clear.
All right, thank you. So, happy?
Yes, happy.
Yes. Thanks, Mr Flavel. You're excused.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Now, start the next witness, or do you want to take lunch and come a bit earlier? I don't mind either way.
Perhaps if we could take lunch and come back at 2:15.
Yep. Does that suit everybody else? All right, 2:15 it is.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 2:15 p.m. The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Gregory.
Yes, Commissioner, one leftover tender from Mr Flavel's evidence. Two documents which may become 841A and B. They are the email and the attachment which he was shown on the screen with the markup and the strike through. The email is cth.3008.0007.8877 and the attachment, the draft brief was cth.3008.0007.8879. Thank you. The next witness is Christopher Birrer, who is present.
Now, Mr Birrer, will you take an oath or an affirmation? Thank you. Administer the affirmation.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr Gregory.
Thank you, Commissioner. Your name is Christopher Birrer
Yes, it is.
and you are employed by Services Australia.
I am.
In what capacity?
I'm a Deputy Chief Executive Officer, currently heading up the agency's Royal Commission response team.
And how long have you been employed in the department known as Services Australia?
I transferred to Services Australia from the Department of Defence in August 2020.
You were not present in the department, that is employed in the department at the time that the Robodebt scheme was planned, designed and implemented?
No, but I have been there during the refunds and then the settlement distribution scheme processes.
Right. Now, you're giving evidence today as the proper officer of Services Australia,
Yes, I am.
and I want to now identify various notices and responses and the tender attachments. Firstly, there is NTG-0001 to the proper officer of Services Australia dated 27 September 2022 and a consolidated response which was provided for November 2022. You're aware of the notice and the response?
Yes.
Then there was a notice NTG-0005 to the proper officer 14 October 2022, your statement in response to that dated 17 October 2022 and a further PDF dated 11 October 2022
Yes.
and a further NTG-0009 addressed to the proper officer Services Australia and an updated statement by you in response dated 28 October 2022.
Yes, that's correct.
And there are various documents referred to in your statement. Commissioner, I tender the three notices, the responses and the documents attached.
Yes, so we start at 842, is that right?
That's correct.
And we go all the way to 1142, correct?
I've got 1134.
All right, there are some additional documents on the back page of my document, but perhaps they're not Mr Birrer's. So 1134 then is
Thank
the
you.
last. Thank you. As per the schedule.
Commissioner, just before this witness has asked some questions, I'll just note the NTG response to NTG 5 was tendered as Exhibit 712 on Friday. So I just note that it's now in evidence twice.
Sorry, what are you saying? Are we out in some respect?
You may recall, Commissioner, that on Friday the balance of the tender list was tendered and it was Mr Birrer's material because it was relevant to the debt recovery witnesses. This is NTG 5. So the NTG 5 response became Exhibit 712. So just so that it's plain that it's in twice, it's probably not worth confusing things, but I'll just note that there may be some overlap.
Okay, thank you. I assume that it's easier to let that go than try and extract the duplicates.
Yes, it is.
All right,
Yes.
thank you.
But for completeness, Mr Birrer, you were also aware that NTG 0005 relating broadly to debt recovery, appeals and complaints was issued to the proper officer of the department and there was a response.
Yes, I am, Mr Gregory.
Yes. And those were the documents tendered Friday. Now, Mr Birrer, can we start with really the budget measure in 2015-2016 called the Strengthening the Integrity of Welfare Payments? I should say, in preparation for your evidence, or I should ask, you've had regard to document searches which have been prepared for you?
Yes, I can give some background to that if that would be of assistance to the Commission. So after the election and when we sort of undertook preparations for the Royal Commission in order to ensure that we're able to assist, we started in June exercise to map the data that was available across the agency. There was a lot of information both in group drives, sort of almost 1,000 group drives, and then hundreds of email inboxes as well as sort of other corporate systems like the Parliamentary Document Management System. We identified sort of in excess of 30 terabytes, which was of initial interest that we thought in terms of the work that was undertaken during the initial concept development, planning, implementation, and then clean-up of the Robodebt scheme. And so we undertook some data mapping exercises for that. We've then run various searches through it, and as a result of that, we've now filed in excess of 300,000 documents with the Attorney General's Department, a number of which are now attached, including to the notices to give that Mr Gregory just outlined there. And so we've gone through that list as well as working from that in trying to essentially make sure that we understand the sequence of events, particularly in relation to the questions that were being asked in the various notices to give, so that we could give both a sort of a narrative description within the response, the notice to give, but then also provide footnotes, if you like, to all those primary source documents that we've produced as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Was the data organised in any particular way that you ascertained following the class action, which was in the public domain?
There was a bundle of documents that had been filed through the Australian Government solicitor as part of the class action. I think it was around about 300,000 documents for that. But we realised that the Royal Commission's letters patent went beyond the issues covered in the class action in order to make sure that we were in a position to respond so that we could give the Commission a full understanding, or as full as we could anyway, of the design, development, implementation and issues associated. We undertook that more extensive data mapping which identified many hundreds of thousands more documents than what were offered up as part of the class action.
In a narrative form then, the Robodebt scheme really commenced following the budget proposal, that is the budget measure in 2015-2016 and the announcement?
That's true in a technical sense, Mr Gregory, but I think what's also important is the preparatory work, and particularly the work in developing the concepts that informed the proposal that went forward as well.
And are you referring there to the work of those within the Department of Human Services, including a Mr Britton and a Mr Ryman?
Yes, I am, yes. The Department of Human Services, and in particular the Business Integrity Division developed the initial concepts and did the planning for the Robodebt scheme, and then led the work to seek government approval to implement the Robodebt scheme.
And the government approval occurred in the first half of 2015?
It did, yes.
And then there were various stages of the scheme throughout the 2015-2016 financial year, and then the online automation of that in a larger scale in the 16-17 financial year.
Yes, I think it's useful, Mr. Gregor, to think in terms of there's those formal budget measures that were published in the various budgets, but there were sort of below the surface within the Department of Human Services a range of work on the implementation of those, including those different permutations that you mentioned of the technology, and also as we tried to implement the service delivery aspect, that sort of the customer-facing and processing aspects more effectively, and we encountered sort of challenges as they were being implemented, and so I think there was those two lines of work that were underway.
The budget measure, if we adopt that staged approach that you identified, commenced with the strengthening the integrity of the welfare payments measure in May 2015?
It did, Mr. Gregory, and that the real focus of that was on the what was identified in each of the financial years of 2010 to 11, 11 to 12, and then 12 to 13, where DHS undertook a range of data matching activities throughout those years with the ATO, Australian Taxation Office, and had collected about 860,000 what are referred to as discrepancies, and that initial budget measure was, and some of the documents refer to it, clean up those 860,000 reviews which have been identified in each of those 3 years, in which DHS had been working on sort of options on how to go back and clean them up. It was the language that was used to address them in a way which was more efficient and effective than the historic sort of reviews and debt raising measures, which are quite sort of staff-intensive processes.
I have two questions which arise out of that answer. One is the way in which the data was collected back in time, and the second relates to what you just referred to as the debt collection or debt raising and collection processes which were staff intensive. Can we deal firstly with what you identified as the data, the 860,000 odd discrepancies which had been collected by the Department of Human Services over those 3 financial years? And can you address that?
Yeah, so in each of those years, so 2010, 11 through to 12, 13, there was work underway to undertake what was called PAYG, the pay-as-you-go data matching with the Australian Taxation Office. PAGY data matching was introduced in the early 2000s, and it enabled the agency or Department of Human Services to seek from the Australian Taxation Office information that employers had reported to the Australian Taxation Office through those PAYG payment summaries of what they'd paid their employees. And so the data matching allowed the Department of Human Services to check those Centrelink customers who were receiving recipients of income support payments against the information that employers had provided to the Australian Taxation Office in order for the Department of Human Services to essentially check whether the recipients had been correctly reporting their income in relation to their income support payments to ensure that they were being paid at the right rate at the right time.
You've referred to data matching or PAYG data matching between the department and the ATO having been a process undertaken for a number of years, since the early 2000s. What was the framework in which that was done from the perspective of DHS, the legislative framework or the policy framework?
So the PAYG data matching is done under the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner's guidelines, and so under a protocol published under that. And I think from memory, it's 2004, the Department of Human Services published one of those guidelines.
I'll just ask that exhibit CTH.3000.0028.6814 be brought up. I think it's exhibit 1109. Thank you. Mr. Birrer, is that the program protocol to which you refer?
Yes.
What we see on that document is a Centrelink logo. What's the significance of the Centrelink logo insofar as the relationship with the Office of the Australian Information Commission goes?
Centrelink is the master program through which income support payments are paid by the Australian government. Back when this protocol was agreed, Centrelink was also an agency of the Australian government that delivered those programs. The Centrelink program is now one of what we term the master programs, which is delivered, well, first of all, during the Robodebt period by the Department of Human Services and now by Services Australia.
If we could go to paragraph 1.2. Mr. Birrer, you can see there that the Privacy Commissioner has issued a guideline, or a guideline issued by the Privacy Commissioner is referred to. Mm-hmm. That is, you would describe it as a broad guideline for administrative decision makers in respect of data matching, which applies across the whole of the Commonwealth Government. Whereas the document that we are looking at particularly here relates specifically to PAYG data matching between Centrelink, as it was, and the ATO.
Yes.
And so that's the umbrella or broad guideline under which this protocol is developed.
That's correct.
It looks a bit unilateral. There's no reference to ATO being a party to it in the way there is Centrelink, as far as I can see.
Yeah, I couldn't really speak to that, Commissioner. Yeah.
Right.
In terms of your review of documents in preparation for giving your evidence, were you able to ascertain any level of detail about the precise process under which data matching occurred, the precise process by which data matching occurred under this protocol?
Yes, I did look into the detail of the protocol as well as the other forms of data exchange with the Australian Taxation Office.
And can you outline that, please, for the Commission?
Yeah, and so in terms of the PAYG data matching model, how that's undertaken is that the Department of Human Services prepared a client list of people who are on income support payments, and also in relation to those with partners, the partners of those recipients as well. That information contained the customer reference numbers and identifiers such as their name and date of birth. it did not contain tax file numbers, which there's a reference there in the bottom sentence to the Data Matching Program Act, which is a separate data matching protocol mechanism, which does rely on tax file numbers. This one did not. And the information is then shared with the Australian Taxation Office, which matches it against the information that employers provide them regarding what the employers are saying that they paid the employees as part of the PAYG reporting framework. And then that information is provided back to the Department of Human Services in order to then look to see where there may be discrepancies in terms of what the income reporting was.
And so at each of those stages there involves a matching between I'll go back. DHS created a list, either probably computer generated.
Yes.
A long list of recipients in the given financial year.
Yes.
Sent the list with various identifying information to the ATO, but not including the TFN.
Correct, yes.
Within the ATO, is it your understanding that they would match the identifying information with their own identifying information, not including the TFN?
Yes.
And then match that identity with the identity provided by employers?
Yes.
And then send back to DHS the PAYG information matched through those two stages at the ATO?
That's correct. It's the data return was the data that the employers report to the Australian Taxation Office through those PAYG returns.
And that, did it include anything more than a PAYG summary? Did it include income tax returns, for example?
No, it didn't include the income tax return. That was included under the Data Matching Program Act, data exchanges.
And so DHS received from the ATO a significant volume of PAYG data in any given financial year, perhaps in excess of 300,000 or 250,000?
Most certainly in excess of that, yes.
And at least over the 3 financial years you've identified from 10-11 to 12-13, the total discrepancies as they are described by DHS was approximately 860,000.
Correct, yes.
Does it follow from that that DHS received a larger number of PAYG information documents from the ATO, and of those 860,000 revealed discrepancies?
That's correct. That was the discrepancies, yes.
Not the total volume of PAYG data provided.
And sorry, just so I can understand it, under both the Act and the protocol, you would get back somebody's financial year income and employer name?
Commissioner, I think it's worthwhile mentioning that the Act includes the tax file, the income tax return information.
Yeah.
And so that would include non-employment information. So if people, and we find increasingly income support recipients have, because of financial services.
Sure, they get other
they have
income.
other
Yeah, so you get that as well under the Act.
non-employment income, yes.
Yeah, but under both, do you get employment income?
Yes, Commissioner.
It's just your evidence is hard to reconcile. I'm not disputing it, but it's hard to reconcile with evidence that we heard from the Australian Taxation Office, Mr Hirschhorn, who said that PAYG information was given under the Act up until Robodebt. Well, that was my understanding of his evidence.
Well, the PAGY information, I think what he might have been referring to, Commissioner, was the PAYG information being included in the Act information as part of the income tax return information because it still has the employer.
Sure. Are you able to give us any sense of what proportion was coming in under this protocol and what proportion was coming in under the Act, of the information you were getting?
Well, in terms of, no, I can't in terms of volumes, Commissioner, but the Act would have more fields in it than the PAYG. But I don't think that goes to your question, actually.
Because I'm trying to get a sense of, were most social security recipients people who'd given you a TFN number, so you'd be proceeding under the Act, and then there's some balance of people for whom you don't have a TFN, so you proceed under the protocol? Is that how it works?
No, that wasn't the driver, as I understand it, Commissioner. The driver was that in the summary of the PAYG, it was introduced as part of a budget measure, was about a more efficient process in that the Data Matching Program Act has a 6-stage process, and so the budget announcement mentioned, I think it was 250 days from start to
Which
finish.
budget measure are you talking about now, though?
I
You're
think
talking
it was
about
2004, or perhaps 2001 to 2004, where the PAYG measure was introduced, Commissioner.
But all these issues seem to come up again in 2015, 2016, about the inefficiencies of the Act in terms of, getting through the numbers and having to do fewer cycles and having requirements. Why is it being explored again in 2016? Have you come across that? Have you seen the emails of Mr. Lumley?
I've seen some of them, yes, Commissioner.
There's a discussion in them about the disadvantages of the Act.
There was, and I think from my reading of the documents, the PAYG gave it's a more targeted for this purpose around the income reporting discrepancies and being able to identify those and enable that to be done through a less prescriptive process than the Data Matching Program Act, which does have those very specific steps involved.
Apart from anything else, it's considerably of more benefit to the recipient from one perspective because it requires them to be given notice and it allows them to answer orally, in fact, if they're given a notice. But putting that to one side, you seem to be saying that back in 2001, I think you said, the
early 2000s, Commissioner.
the disadvantages of proceeding under the Act were canvassed, but they seem to be being canvassed again in 2016, and I'm just trying to work out why that is, if in fact you're proceeding happily along under the 2004 protocol.
Because there was continued until late 2015 the Data Matching Program Act data exchange as well in relation to Department of Human Services.
Okay, well, we might be back where I started, I suppose. Why are some done under the Act and some done under the protocol?
I think that my understanding is that the main reason is the more efficient process that was identified for the PAYG, including that it could be done in much shorter time.
Well, look, I understand the advantages, but if that's the case and everybody thinks that's perfectly legitimate, why are you still talking about some being done under the Act? Why did some continue to be done under the Act if it's fine to do them under the protocol?
Where the Act was useful, Commissioner, was in relation to non-employment income.
So you're saying it was of no particular use with PAYG?
Well, it was prior to having the PAYG exchanges, Commissioner.
Sorry?
It does contain that information, but with the PAYG process, there was what was perceived to be a more efficient.
Yeah, I
way of
understand
obtaining
that. So that's why I
information.
said of no particular
Yeah.
use, benefit, perhaps. Well, it's just that I think this would come as a surprise to the ATO, but that's a different issue, I suppose. Mr. Gregory?
Thank you, Commissioner. As I understand the exchange you just had with the Commissioner, Mr Birrer, there were parallel data matching processes, you say, that DHS engaged with the ATO to obtain income data broadly under both the Act and the 2004 Protocol over years since early 2000s.
That's my understanding, yes.
Right. What added benefit, to ask the question a different way, did the protocol bring then if data matching was continuing under the Act, which would include the provision of PAYG data?
It included the benefits included the more efficient process in that not having to go through the different stages of the Act, and also in terms of sort of prescriptions around then the destruction of the information under the Act as opposed to under the protocol.
Is it the case then that what DHS was doing was getting both PAYG data under the 2004 Protocol and also getting income tax information under the Data Matching Program Act, and where there was no non-employment income identified under the process under the Act, it would rely upon the PAYG data in its discrepancy raising as the starting point for calculation of debts?
At times, yes, there was the ability to identify discrepancies under both programs, but yes, the preponderance of the identification of discrepancies moved over to the PAYG reviews.
From 2004?
Probably later than that, but I don't know exactly when Mr. Gregory.
Because the only advantage for the department continuing to obtain information from the ATO under the Act must have been that it contained a greater deal of information than one receives under the PAYG summary.
I think that's a fair comment, yes.
In all other respects, the department's emails, according to Mr Lumley, considered it to be an inefficient and costly process which precluded going back more than 4 years and various notice requirements to persons the subject of potential decisions and the like.
Yeah, and I would add, Mr. Gregory, that the PAYG data exchange was also a way of focusing in on what was a key risk to what we describe as payment accuracy, ensuring that the right person is being paid the right amount at the right time, because we do know that a key risk in terms of the payment accuracy and therefore the integrity of payments in relation to quite a number of the income support payments is the under-declaration of earned income. And so the PAYG gives the information about, risk information about who amongst the recipients were at risk of potentially under-reporting their earned income.
Evidence contained in the emails exchanged between Mr Lumley within DHS and the ATO attended last week indicated that there was still a cost associated with the provision of PAYG data under the protocol. Is that your understanding? That is, there was an external costing request, an ECR process which was undertaken.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Mr Gregory, what that would be referring to. Nor am I aware, I understand Mr Lumley in that role. He and his staff have the key sort of working level relationship with the Australian Taxation Office. What wasn't clear to me, looking back over some of those emails, as to what extent any of those issues were then escalated to senior executive service levels, in that we do have quite regular interactions between the Department of Human Services, now Services Australia, and the Australian Taxation Office. And my expectation and very clear experience as a senior member of the Australian Public Service is that if an issue is important to an agency, including being important to Department of Human Services, you would see these issues being raised at the senior executive service level, even potentially between Ms Melissa Golightly and her counterparts at the ATO, or the Secretary of Department of Human Services and the Commissioner of Taxation. And in the documents that I've seen so far, I haven't seen those same type of discussions being elevated. And so, yeah, without that sort of context of their elevation, it was unclear to me to what extent, looking back over the documents, it was unclear to me to what extent that was truly a priority of the Department of Human Services, as opposed to being a matter that some of the executive level officers were working on options for, given that their role is to give options of what might be able to be done. So I'm not sure of the overall context. I suppose I'm trying to get to Mr Gregory.
All right. Maybe that's a question for Mr Lumley.
Can I just ask you about something you said before? You said one of the disadvantages of proceeding under the Act was the necessity for destruction of information?
That's my understanding, Commissioner.
Right. So was it the perception that if you proceeded under the protocol, you could hold on to the data for how long?
I don't know if there was any, I can't recall if there was any particular periods of time, but where that becomes important, Commissioner, is that while the PAYG data is collected a few times a year, the selections are then selections of the discrepancies, are then undertaken within the Department of Human Services. And then throughout the Robodebt period, those selections are released for the initiation of reviews at various times, and so the information is used for a period of time and then needs to be available in the event of sort of appeals and the like. So I don't know if that was one of the considerations, but I can imagine that.
So the discrepancies are dealt with over years, are you saying?
Well, I suppose, for example, the discrepancies for those first 3 years that form the part of the first budget measure were being dealt with in sort of...
Years later?
Yeah, some years later, yeah.
But wouldn't you need to hang on to the underlying information in order to present it, the underlying data, to present it to the recipient?
Yes, Commissioner, yes.
How do you do that under this protocol?
Because the PAYG information was in the review so the discrepancy is identified and then becomes part of the review that's undertaken.
Yeah, look, I'll cut to the chase. What I'm trying to follow is, as far as I can see, this protocol says there's a time limit which requires ATO data to be destroyed within 12 months at the outside. Mm-hmm. But somehow you want to go back a number of years. How can you do that if the data's destroyed within 12 months?
So the data is destroyed within 12 months?
Perhaps a paragraph.
I'm just looking at clause 7 of this protocol, 2004 protocol. And I'm just wondering how it is that the department has the data which will enable it to act, if it's got it under this protocol, how it has it in 2015 for, say, 2010-11. But if we could get clause 7 up.
I'm not sure of the answer to your question there, Commissioner, except that the discrepancy is identified, and so...
But how can you act on the discrepancy without identifying the data to the customer? If you don't keep the data, how are you going to say to the customer, we know your employer X has said this?
Yeah, I don't know that, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
That clause also indicates that the matching process, at least as so far as it's set out by this protocol, occurred annually, and cases released to the network weekly. Can you just explain the two parts of that introductory sentence as you understand them?
My understanding of that, Mr Gregory, is that the PAYG data is sort of an annual process, like the payment summaries.
That's the list?
That's the list. And that there would be updates for that if sort of employers reported outside of those periods on a weekly basis. And so there would be sort of additional cases that are released as employers report additional information other times of the year.
So because the PAYG data is something collected by the ATO on effectively an annual financial year basis, DHS provides its list in respect of the previous financial year or the current financial year, and the ATO releases identity matches accompanied with PAYG data as they land in the ATO system. That is as
Broadly, yes.
Broadly,
yes.
And that happens on a weekly basis. The release to
Could be updated, yes.
But so far as you know, in respect of the time limits applying to the program under the protocol, which specify the destruction of all ATO data within 12 months, it must be of receipt. You're not aware of how that was applied within DHS between the period the protocol was brought into existence in 2004 and when the various iterations of the Robodebt scheme commenced?
No, I can't speak to that, Mr Gregory.
Certainly in respect of the letters which were issued under the Robodebt scheme, and I'll ask that Exhibit 1104 CTH 3.3001.0022.2183 The title of the pre-formatted letter is important information about your employment income, and it refers to the receipt of information from the Australian Taxation Office about employment income, and that the amount reported is different. If we can go then to page 3 of the document, what is presented to the recipient, thank you, is the summary of information received from the ATO. And I understand this was a letter, the draft of the letter in the OCI period.
Yes, it was an early one, judging by its format, yes.
That is?
OCI.
OCI, thank you, yes. Pre-EIC and pre-CUPI.
CUPI, yes.
CUPI. But what's presented is a summary of PAYG data on the basis that the information's been received from the tax office. But what you're saying is that effectively that information may have been received from the Australian Taxation Office years earlier and held on the DHS system, where together with the 860 odd thousand identified discrepancies.
Potentially, or it was updated, but I'd need, I can't answer that in detail, Mr. Gregory.
If we return then to the program protocol, Exhibit 1109, ending .6814, and go to the last page. Thank you. Mr. Birrer, this is the last page of the 2004 protocol, which is the draft of the customer contact letter annexed to the protocol, which is the approved document. It refers in the second paragraph to the authority to obtain details of your income sources from third parties being contained in a section of the Social Security Administration Act. That's a reference, as I understand it, and please confirm if you can, the power under which DHS obtained PAYG data from the ATO from 2004 onwards. That is a notice.
That's what it states.
Yes. In your review of all of the DHS documents, have you been able to identify that such a notice was sent with the list from DHS to the ATO in each of the years that are relevant to the Robodebt scheme? That is in 10, 11, 11, 12, 12, 13 at this early period?
I've not searched for that particular notice, so I can't
confirm one way.
Confirm or deny, yeah.
The final paragraph, well, before I go there, certainly if DHS was obtaining information from the ATO under this protocol, that attachment in its approved form, as this was a protocol lodged with the Office of the Information Commissioner, ought to have been accompanied by, those notices would have been sent in short. There should be a record of these notices being sent with the requests for information from the ATO.
I don't know.
But if one was to go back through the DHS records looking specifically for the issuing of notices under section 192 that are the tax office, one would be able to confirm one way or another how and when the data was requested under that section.
We could do a search for those notices, yes.
The last paragraph, if that could be called out, describes this notice as a notice given under the Social Security law. I'll return to this in a different document, but as you understand the operation of the 2004 protocol, the letter that went to a customer was a notice that compelled a response. And in the absence of the response or a correct response, DHS took certain measures which are identified in the preceding paragraph.
That's true. The pre-Robodebt review initiation letters generally had this statement or a formulation of it, that this is a notice given under Social Security law. What DHS and its precursor organisations, what that allowed them to do as a next step, if the recipient did not respond within the period of notice, generally I think they were 21 days, then because that was a legal notice, the next step would be to suspend the recipient's payment as a way of triggering them to contact the department in order to speak to them about the information being required. And that was different from in the Robodebt period where they do not have that statement in them.
This particular statement reflects the creation of an obligation to respond at law, and that's what is intended to be conveyed by the notice.
That's correct. With the response, if you don't, the payment is suspended until you contact.
You are correct, Mr. Birrer, to say that that statement or a form of it was not included in the letters issued under the Robodebt scheme. Why was that?
There was a view from the Department of Human Services that the approach would be that they would be an information request, that is the letters issued during the Robodebt scheme, with a view that rather than then resulting in a suspension of payment, that should the person not respond with information, then the decision maker or the decision-making process could continue on the basis of the information available to them.
A deliberate choice, as it were, not to create a legal obligation, but really to the directed to the administration of a program to clean up discrepancies or collect debts.
Yeah, that the recipient had already provided information, they were being invited to provide further information, and then the Department of Human Services would make a decision based upon the information available to it, including update should a recipient provide them.
If we go back to paragraph 10, just briefly, Mr. Birrer, it identifies under the heading Legal Authority various provisions of the Social Security Administration Act. And which relate to the data exchange and information privacy principles under which the protocol was introduced.
Yes, that's my reading of that, Mr. Gregory.
I could go to Exhibit 1105. It's the 2017 protocol, CTH.3000.0037.0103. Thank you. This was the version as it was updated in May 2017 following various inquiries of a public nature and includes some information under paragraph 1.2. If that could be called out. It's in similar terms to the previous protocol. But confirms, of course, that it's not part of the Data Matching Program Act. If we can go to page 4 of the document, please. One of the amendments to the 2017 protocol was the addition of the last paragraph on that page, if that could be called out. What can you tell the Commission about the consultation between DHS, as it was in 2017, and the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner?
I don't have any detail of the nature and extent of the consultation.
The protocol said to reflect changes to the names of the applicable privacy principles, the data matching guidelines. Do you know what the reference is to the data matching guidelines?
No, I don't.
Changes to the name of relevant entities, such as Centrelink to DHS, changes to DHS business processes, technological changes and other minor changes. Do you understand that the reference to changes to DHS business processes, technological changes and other minor changes is a reference to the changes by which the Robodebts, which were brought about to enable the Robodebt scheme?
I don't know if they were brought about to enable, but I think that they did come about at the same time. But I couldn't speak to sort of the background of all the changes made, nor indeed all the details of them.
If we go to paragraph 7, please, and ask that that can be called out. This is the corresponding paragraph to the previous time limits paragraph in the 2004 protocol. There's an omission of any of the retention limits on the data obtained by the ATO, and it's simply reduced to the final paragraph. Were you aware of any changes in the retention limits on the data created by the guideline, the general guideline?
No.
No. And you're not able to speak to why this public-facing document removed more detailed information about the retention limits?
No, I cannot.
The technical standards reports are contained at the back of the document on pages 12 through to 15. And contained here appear to be the fields of data created by Centrelink in the information that it sent on its list to the ATO. That's correct?
That's correct.
Table 2 is the PAYG summary table, and that's the information, as I understand it, that is retained by the ATO.
Yes, that's reported to the ATO by employers. Yes.
Table 3 is the payment summary output table. That is the information provided by the ATO to DHS on that periodic basis as was identified.
Yes.
And the table, of course, continues for another page and a half on the protocol, which you can see there. That's all the information that was obtained, as I understand it, by DHS under the Robodebt scheme. Is that right?
Under the exchange with the ATO, yes.
Under the exchange with the ATO. Do you know whether the Table 3 payment summary output file table, payee table, differed in any material field to the information provided under the 2004 protocol?
No, I don't know.
Was it the intention, so far as you've been able to ascertain, Mr. Birrer, was it the intention of DHS to obtain the equivalent information that it would have obtained under the Data Matching Program Act under Table 3 from this protocol, except for the TFN?
Well, no, because the data matching protocol included non-earned income. So as it was part of it had income tax return information.
Right.
This related to payment summary information only, not non-employment income.
And again, do you know whether this information was obtained by DHS pursuant to a notice under the Social Security Administration Act?
I don't know, we haven't conducted a search for that.
That is, it may be simply that DHS asked the ATO, can we have this data, because there's the broad government guideline, and the ATO provided it.
Well, we would need to undertake a search for the documents. I couldn't speculate.
The broad guideline, the umbrella guideline that I've identified, the whole of government guideline, required that certain events take place, that is, participating entities in a data matching program go through a clear identification process of the objective, the nature of the data, the purpose to which it will be put, and that protocols are published. It seems that that wasn't done here in respect of the Robodebt scheme in 2016 or in 2015, to the extent that that guideline might have applied at that point. Have you been able to identify why that was not done?
Sorry, did you say that the beginning of your question, you mentioned about information being provided?
Yes. The Information Commissioner had issued the umbrella guideline, the broad whole of government guideline called Guidelines on Data Matching in Australian Government Administration,
Yes.
which required parties who participated in a data matching program, as defined by that guideline, to do certain things and publish certain protocols and information so that there was transparency with the public about what they were doing. Now, that wasn't done in 2016 before OCI commenced.
The protocol is published on the agency's website, and there is information that we do confirm information from third parties, including employment information. And as we saw on the review initiation letters, it does refer to information exchanges with the ATO there. And so we do, and the Department of Human Services did, convey to recipients that information would be checked with other parties?
I'm more interested in the obligations on DHS under the guidelines on data matching, which required the publication of certain documents on the the DHS website at least.
And the protocol was, yeah.
Are you saying that the early stages of the Robodebt scheme, that is 1 July 2016 through to May 2017, was done under the 2004 protocol?
Yes.
But it's clear that the letters that were sent to persons from 1 July 2016 were not of the type of an ex-ray under the 2004 protocol.
That's true. The design of the letters had changed, yes.
Can I ask you this about the 2004 protocol? One of the provisions in it was in section 6, under action resulting from the program, employment income reviews. Before commencing the review, Centrelink staff will check the customer's record to determine if the discrepancy can be explained. But I don't think that was happening under Robodebt, was it? It was just, here's the discrepancy, you explain yourself, wasn't it? Sorry, we might...
Sorry, Commissioner.
Okay. Have we got the 2004 protocol? I think we do. It's the paragraph beginning, or is that 2000 and...
This might be 2017.
Okay, can we get 2004? Do you know the number, Mr Gregory?
Exhibit 1109, ending .6814.
Right. See, before commencing the review, Centrelink staff will check the customer's record to determine if the discrepancy can be explained. That wasn't happening under Robodebt, was it? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Not under OCI, it wasn't. No.
Or any incarnation of, perhaps...
Oh, no, the manual, sorry, Commissioner, under the manual review...
Under the manual system, sure, they were talking to the customer, yep, that was different. But under OCI, it was just get online and explain yourself. There was no, we'll check your record to see, in fact, if we have an employment separation certificate, which would explain these dates.
There wasn't the manual check of the record for different...
Okay, so although the protocol prescribed it, Centrelink staff did not check the customer's record to determine if the discrepancy could be explained under the OCI program.
I think that's true, Commissioner. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now I've taken you away from 2017. I'm sorry, Mr Gregory.
If we go back then to the corresponding paragraph in the 2017 protocol, Exhibit 1105, ending .0103. And go to the, thank you.
And the bit I referred to you to is left out of that.
Oh, sorry, that's a comparison of the two
Yes,
documents.
the two sections of the protocol, 2004 and 2017 protocols have been joined on the one screen.
Mm. Yeah. And there's no equivalent to the first sentence in the 2004 protocol in the 2017 protocol. Do you agree?
I agree, Commissioner, and I think what that sort of points towards is the quite different way that income averaging was used pre-Robodebt versus during the Robodebt scheme, where it was used during a review where in most cases there was much more sort of interaction with the recipient, provided they interacted, and so could be used, that data from the exchange could therefore be used in the in that step, in sort of the review step, as opposed to the risk identification step in a more nuanced way, yes.
A program that's ostensibly being conducted under the 2004 protocol from 1 July 2016 to May 2017 isn't in fact in accordance with that protocol?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay.
While we have the 2017 paragraph, Mr Birrer, it says, before commencing the reviews, DHS staff to check the output of the matching and assess the performance and accuracy of the matching process. And then it goes on, for the reviews that commence, the recipient's contacted by a letter. Now, the DHS, at least to my understanding, and again, I'll ask for your confirmation, was generating up to 20,000 letters a week during 2017 and the latter half of 2016. That wasn't done in a manual way, that is, DHS staff were not checking 20,000 letters a week before they went out in the post, were they?
No, and my reading of that, the first sentence, Mr Gregory, is probably that when the match came back, when the matched information came back, there was a systems check that looked at like the overall hygiene of the fields, that an ABN had the correct number or dates had the correct number, and then there was a manual spot check process to ensure that the data that came back was in a usable format. And so I don't know, because I wasn't involved in the drafting of this document, but I assume that was the intent behind the first sentence of that paragraph.
Well, to the extent that that paragraph suggests that there was a manual component of staff checking the output of the matching in every case before the review commenced, in the sense that someone got a letter, that would be misleading.
If it was read in terms of every sort of data match, yes, it would be misleading.
And you think that there may have been a spot check, a manual spot check of
the overall
number.
Fields, to ensure that the data looked like checking particular matches, to ensure that it was correct in terms of the format and the information provided in the various fields that you referred to before from the match.
Was the spot check that you've described done to any measure of statistical validity, or is it just someone looking at one every now and then?
I'm not aware of any sort of statistical validity check. It was, and that's why I use the term spot check rather than sampling. I think that's a more accurate description based upon my understanding.
We go to paragraph 10.1. Again, this is the legal authority in the 2017 guideline, protocol. This protocol refers to, in the last paragraph, thank you, that the ATO information involved in this data matching program is requested by DHS under sections 192 and 195 of the Administration Act. Again, to the extent that that's accurate, there would be a record of notices issued by Centrelink or DHS to the ATO during the Robodebt period, if that was accurate.
If that was accurate, yes, and we can undertake the document searches for those.
And will you do that, Mr. Birrer?
Oh, yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. How fast do you think you could do it?
I think we can do them. I'd need to take advice from the team, but I think I think within the next day or two.
Thank you.
Now, can I just clarify a series of things which might be obvious and might be clear, but nonetheless should be said out loud? Recipients of income support benefits would have been required to declare their income at the time they applied for the payment.
Yes, you provide income at the time you apply as part of the eligibility process. Yes.
And then there were two ongoing obligations to report, as I understand it. One was fortnightly reporting of income in order to establish an entitlement to payment.
Yes, and if I can just add, Mr. Gregory, when people go on to payment, when they're granted a payment, they're informed of the need to report changes of circumstance, including changes in income or employment activity. What you referred to there was the fortnightly reporting, is that people who are on what are termed statement reporting for income support, and they can be people who are on participation payments, such as New Start during the Robodebt period, where they need to report their earnings and their work activity. And so they need to report on a fortnightly basis in order to ensure that they're still eligible for their payment. But then people who are not on eligibility payments but who have employment need to also report fortnightly as well. There's then another category called notification reporters, and that's the requirement that people report changes in their circumstances within 14 days to ensure that any change of circumstance which is payment impacting can be reflected in their payment, so that they're not at risk of either a potential overpayment or underpayment if that changes. And you could move between being a statement and a notification reporter. And a good example of that would be a recipient on the disability support pension, where there's not that ongoing participation requirement, where they don't have employment, but then the disability support payment recipient gains employment and has income that's variable, and so they could shift from being a notification reporter to being a statement reporter.
The obligation to, as you described, be a notification reporter comes only with the qualification that the event of which one has to notify, or which a recipient must notify Centrelink, arises in relation to its impact upon the payment.
Yes, Mr. Gregory, and that's not just earned income, but also for a student it might be study load, or it might be for a number of payments, relationship status. There's different factors which can impact on someone's eligibility or their rate of payment.
It's not an obligation to report events for all time when you're no longer on the receipt of the benefit.
Only while in receipt of the benefit.
Yes. Can I turn then to the question of case selection for review in the pre-Robodebt period? This comes back to the second question I was going to ask you about the 860,000 odd discrepancies. You said they were effort intensive or time intensive. How did that process work?
So that the case selection process it was in broad respects much the same in pre and post Robodebt, which is to look at first of all, to what extent someone was on an income support payment, and then also the extent of a discrepancy. And so those two factors sort of influenced whether somebody was at high risk of having potentially received an overpayment.
And was the assessment of discrepancy done also by reference to the tax file number and related information obtained under the Data Matching Program Act?
Pre-Robodebt?
Yes.
Yes, it could be, yes.
And so the question of what might have been a high risk of overpayment turned on potentially a much greater degree of information.
I think it would be reasonable to say that the risk factor might be the same, but the review process would take that more into account. But it could well, in terms of selecting those higher risk cases, yes.
And a smaller proportion, rather than the total number of identified discrepancies, or a greater proportion of those, were identified for the process of conducting reviews?
Yes, pre-Robodebt, it was the highest risk cases that were prioritised for review.
And the assessment or review process in respect of those higher risk cases was undertaken manually, that is by compliance officers?
Yes.
And it involved initially, as the 2004 protocol suggested, a review of its own file, in addition to the review of information from third parties such as the ATO, including the detailed TFN category of information under the Act.
Yes.
And that's why it took time and energy to achieve a review.
It did, and also as part of that, the third party, it could involve issuing notices to employers to provide information, or other third sources. So yes.
And pre-Robodebt, the power to issue notices to employers was exercised routinely by Centrelink compliance officers?
Yes.
And that's because the PAYG information was not the best source of information, to put it neutrally, for the purpose of the manual review.
Yeah, well, there could be at least two aspects to that. One is whether, like the PAYG information, whether or not the employer had reported the dates of employment in a way which sort of reflected what the actual recipient's employment was. And then secondly, to find out or to be able to obtain from employers like fortnightly rates of pay, particularly for people with variable income throughout the financial year.
Yes. If I could turn to Exhibit 1140, ending 1916. Mr. Birrer, the reviews in the pre-Robodebt period undertaken manually by compliance officers were conducted according to various standards that had been established within the department?
Yes, there was staff guidance around the process, yes.
One of the documents which has been given the label operational blueprints, are you familiar with that?
I am, yes.
And that's one of those documents that gives compliance officers guidance about the way in which they conduct a review, particularly in respect of what is sufficient evidence to raise a debt.
Yes.
I think Exhibit 1140 is one such document. And if we just zoom in at the top, this is for a period 1 February 2015 to 9 March 2015. And it is headed Acceptable Documents for Verifying Income when Investigating Debts. This, according to your institutional knowledge or your review, of documents is relatively consistent in the pre-Robodebt period?
Yes, and I think in our notice we discussed how there had been sort of various staff guidances, but this was one of the examples that we provided, yes.
Yes, and so it was effectively the pre-Robodebt period when the manual compliance process that you've identified was undertaken. So if we can scroll down, please, to the heading Assessing Verified Employment Income and the paragraph which appears under that. My apologies, all the way down to coding earnings, but not including the title. Thank you. The starting point, obviously, is the logical one. Would you agree, Mr. Birrer, that employment income for workforce age customers should be assessed for the fortnight in which the income is earned?
Yes.
And that was the long-standing measure of the starting point for the consideration of evidence sufficient to raise a debt.
It was.
The reference to annual amounts, or the example of annual amounts, is given by reference to using income tax returns. Now that is information obtained under the Data Matching Program Act.
It could be, yes.
And it's that broader category or more detailed category of information which includes the tax file number, a greater number of fields and non-employment income as well. And payment summaries or group certificates are referred to, or other annual amounts. Now this section of the blueprint suggests that if every possible means of obtaining the actual income information has been attempted, it's possible to use evidence available to raise a debt, including an annual figure. But it thereafter identifies a series of obvious difficulties with using annual figures, and they work in both directions. The first is that it might not be possible to obtain evidence of an overpayment if you annualise a figure in circumstances where indeed even there might have been underreporting.
Yes.
And the same applies conversely for overreporting.
Yes.
And in many cases, income might vary greatly during the year and the result may be incorrect because of the averaging process.
Yes.
And for people who were generally on New Start allowance or any form of income support supplement to which Robodebt applied, a high proportion of those recipients would have fallen into that third category where their incomes varied greatly throughout the year.
Yes, they do, and in particular during Robodebt, what you see as a result of that is a number of people on student payments showing up because juggling their employment with their studies, they had more uneven income throughout the financial year.
And although allowance is made for the possibility of raising a debt, including an annual figure, the concluding observations of the operational blueprint or concluding statements are that actual periods worked should be obtained so that averaging only occurs for periods worked, and that would tend to reduce the scope for errors, wouldn't it? And in any event, the raising and recovering of debts must satisfy legislative requirements. That is, there must be evidence of a debt rather than some speculation about it.
Most definitely, Mr. Gregory, and we provided this as well as some other examples of the staff guidance issued, and I think that they all contain language very similar to that last sentence, and my response to the Commissioner before was that this sort of shows how averaging was used pre-Robodebt in a very different context and in a very different way than during Robodebt. And so it's not the same, it wasn't the same methodology.
Were you able to identify whether the operational blueprints allowed the use of averaging in the very different way that is, they were changed to reflect the very different way in which averaging was used in the Robodebt scheme?
I haven't checked the blueprint, but there was staff guidance issued, possibly published as an operational blueprint, but there was staff guidance issued for the 2015-2016 manual process at the very beginning of Robodebt, where it was essentially applying the same business process and methodology as was applied then during the online compliance intervention by greater levels of automation. And that differed substantially and markedly from what was used in terms of the application of averaging pre-Robodebt.
Do you know in practical terms how it was used pre-Robodebt? In other words, it's one thing to have an annual figure and apply it if you are confident that someone has been earning the same amount throughout the period. So that would be legitimate if you had evidence to show that their income didn't vary. If you had evidence that their income was the same for a year.
Oh, true, Commissioner, or even just for a period. So I suppose in a sort of a hypothetical example could be, Commissioner, where the PAYG information related to, say, a 3-month period, and during the review where the compliance officer was working with the recipient, that they were able to provide fortnightly pay slips for 2.5 of those months but couldn't find the last pay slip, then it would be reasonable, well, at the time it would have been believed to have been reasonable to apply the averaging then, but that's very different from what happened under OCI.
And so that's your understanding of how it was applied pre-Robodebt?
As a hypothetical, as part of a broader review process, not as the primary tool, in terms of identifying that potential overpayment and raising a debt on it. In terms of a risk tool of, like, does a particular recipient or group of recipients have a risk that they've received an overpayment, I think it's largely the same, but it's taking an extra step, I think, is important, Commissioner.
Yeah, I don't think anybody has argued that it's not reasonable to flag cases warranting a further look, looking at annual income, but using it in debt raising is obviously the contentious area, and from what you're telling me, it was done quite differently previously.
Yeah, in a much more staff-led, but sorry, Commissioner.
Rational way?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
And even in cases where, as you describe, a staff-led review process was unable to obtain actual income from a recipient in the review process, they were still required effectively under the operational blueprints to contact the employer and seek that information from the employer.
Yes, if that information was able to be obtained from an employer, yes.
I might just have a moment. Could I turn then to the PAYG manual process? This was what you have alluded to recently as the manual task of what became fully automated. Even in the PAYG manual compliance intervention program from 1 July 2015 to 30 June 16, the very fact that staff were involved early on tended to sift out mismatches in dates and information compared to the later automation of the process. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And it follows from that the real testing of the automated process didn't really occur until I think late in the the first half of 2015 or even early 2000 in the 2015-16 financial year.
Yes, there was a pilot of the online compliance initiative starting from the beginning of the 16-17 financial year.
Yes. In about July or August, that was the pilot.
Yes.
And that involved, I think, was it 1,000 people?
It was 1,000. It then went into full production based upon that, and what sort of, from the documents I've seen, there was not sort of consideration given before going into a scaled up version, which I'd have to say was quite sort of a poor management decision.
Because what it created was an increase in automation in very significant orders of magnitude across a broader spectrum of risk categories of recipients, that is, risk of debt categories.
I suppose it's worth untangling the two issues. One is that some of the highest risk cases identified had already been reviewed as part of the 100,000 reviews that were done in the manual review across financial year 15-16 that you mentioned. But then, secondly, the agency, the Department of Human Services wasn't well positioned and ready to scale it up at the level it did, and it created quite a deal of operational challenges, to put it mildly, and also a bit of chaos in terms of when you send out the initiation letters, it then relates, there's then recipient contact back to the agency as a result.
In addition to the 100,000 high-risk cases identified and reviewed in 2015-16, there had each year since 2010-2011 about 20,000 high-risk cases been reviewed every year also.
Or thereabouts.
Or thereabouts.
As an order of magnitude, yes.
Yes. And so,
under the pre-Robodebt
yes,
sort of compliance activities.
And so what was left were obviously cases involving less identified risk of a debt or a lower level of debt to those which had been taken off the top.
Yes, and some of that goes back to the original design of the program where the 860,000 discrepancies that formed the basis of the executive minute that was shown this morning was not limited only to those high-risk cases where there was a potential overpayment, but all sort of categories of discrepancy. And so it casts quite a broad net.
Including some perfectly explicable ones.
Yes, Commissioner, including some that were lower risk because of that matrix of time on payment versus how much the discrepancy was. And so, and I do know, and I was sitting in the back while there was a discussion about the emails from the Department of Social Services, and so I'm aware that amongst the document that was shown this morning, that some of the feedback was that the 860,000 discrepancy figure was a upper end of the discrepancies identified, and so from the very beginning it was sold in terms of the total potential pool rather than the more likely scenario.
of those that might actually ever come to anything, which is a much smaller proportion?
Yes, Commissioner, there's a smaller proportion ever come to anything. And then in terms of commitments about what debts you might be able to not only raise but recover is smaller again, because we waive debts and other things at much higher than commercial rates, as you would expect, because we are a welfare agency. And so what you end up with at the end is much smaller than the overall discrepancy. And so I think that set up an unrealistic expectation as to what
This thing was
Robodebt...
oversold from the beginning.
Oh, it was totally oversold, Commissioner. It was, and it was sold on the basis of being low risk because they were pre-identified, and so they were sold as being like well, I've used the phrase like a slam dunk, that this was out there to get, when all those issues that we've been discussing mean that even if averaging was lawful, DHS would never have recovered what was in that executive minute. That's my view anyway, Commissioner.
Mm-hmm. It's the chemical weapons in Iraq. Slam dunk sort of thing.
It is, Commissioner, yes.
Okay. Mr. Birrer.
And it's disappointing that the risk, that the benefits were oversold and the risks understated, given at the time that post the home installation program review, there was a lot of discussion in the APS about ensuring sort of proper advice around these matters.
And what about the clientele? It's a vulnerable group who are not likely to hire QCs to defend their position. These are people who are receiving welfare. What about that consideration? You refer to it as a welfare agency, and does that not factor in?
It should, Commissioner, and I think one of the disappointing aspects that have come up in my review of the documents has been the assumption that, well, if people think that this is the wrong outcome, they can just appeal, which I think is a very poor way of doing service delivery, particularly where we know that we're delivering services to Australians who are in tough times quite often.
Thanks, Mr. Birrer. Mr. Gregg.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just in terms then of the concept of recovery...
Sorry?
The concept of recovery, the process of transferring the responsibility of clearing up the discrepancy or confirming it was on the customer under the Robodebt scheme, and essentially on an online process for the greater part. Some people were given a phone number, but the majority were required to engage online, and that presented some challenges as well. But ultimately, where there was engagement and documents were provided, is it the case that it still required a review by a compliance officer or a person in a similar role to go back through the information that was provided and try and ascertain whether or not, when that was fed into the various calculators, a debt was raised?
Or is this pre-Robodebt?
During Robodebt.
During Robodebt, that could be the case. The online, particularly with the online compliance intervention, if you filled in the information, could go through fully, but when we got to the end, the check and update past information, or QP, as it's referred to within the agency, then reviews did require a compliance officer to action them. So in some ways, after the experiences of the online compliance initiative and what happened there in terms of the volumes and then the operational challenges that the Department of Human Services had, and then also the Ombudsman's review, particularly the 2017 one, the business processes and the online tool used for the check and update past information phase, so from sort of about August 2018 to when the program was suspended in November 2019, was a much better user experience and also a better overall process. And so my personal view is that if more work was done up front, it would have looked a bit more like that at the beginning rather than going through very sort of suboptimal at best processes and systems in the lead up to that, which created, in addition to the averaging, it was that customer or service delivery experience which created a lot of the, in my view, a lot of the media and a lot of the concerns raised by the public.
One of the things I'm driving at is that there was overselling of the extent to which it would decrease human involvement on Centrelink's part. That would only really occur if people didn't engage online and the automated process ran its course, debts were allocated, recovered through various means. But where someone engaged online, put in the time and effort to get documents, submitted the documents, it really then turned into something that was much more similar to the pre-Robodebt manual review process.
Indeed, Mr. Gregory, the term Robodebt in that sense is slightly misleading because it actually involved a very large number of staff, often working under a lot of pressure within the agency, and it even then stimulated the use of particular methodologies to ensure sort of staff engagement and skills uplifting in order to achieve the objectives being set.
That is during the Robodebt period.
Yes, particularly during the later part in which there was a program called it's an acronym, I can't remember what it means, but the Boost program, which was about increasing staff engagement and skills transfer to enable them to undertake the service delivery aspects and the processing aspects more efficiently and effectively than what had been experienced in the Robodebt period up to then.
And those features, because they weren't part of the original design, were never factored into the cost-benefit analysis, as it were, of the program at its early stage.
I think that's fair to say. From what I've seen, there was an assumption that a lot more could be done through automation and that the staffing aspect could be done with a more transient workforce, and so labour hire staff were used, in part due to that and in part I think also because the then government had average staffing level caps on departments, including on new policy proposals. What we found in experience was that a number of those staff ended up staying throughout considerable parts of the program.
Can I just ask you this question in a very general way? There's a thing called an efficiency dividend, which is often required of government departments. That's a thing in the Commonwealth, I take it as.
Yes, Commissioner.
How appropriate is it to apply it to a welfare agency which doesn't produce revenue?
I might be biased working in one, but Commissioner, I think one of the issues with that is at what cost it comes to in terms of being able to deliver effective and flexible service delivery. And like in Services Australia, in addition to the ongoing income support payments and the Medicare payments that are administered by Services Australia, we also have less predictable workloads as a result of natural disasters with the Australian Government disaster relief payments and the like. So it does make that operational planning more challenging, in my view, to be able to plan that, because you need a consistency in order to deliver that smoother customer experience for citizens who are engaging with us.
Yeah, well, you must reach limits in terms of how much more productive you can make your staff. It's not as if you can increase income to the department in any way. So how do you achieve an efficiency dividend except by reducing services?
That's true, Commissioner, and some of the other constraints is that a lot of these, well, the programs have their eligibility based in legislation, and so while you can look at business processes to an extent, it still needs to meet the legislative requirements of the payments. And then secondly is that we also rely upon very large-scale technology builds, and so being able to ensure that the technology is both sustained but also then updated with a regular rhythm, so that you're not using legacy systems. And in fact, during Robodebt, one of the issues was that other than these online compliance tools, a lot of the back-end work in terms of how to do those pre-Robodebt reviews and debt raising involves old technology, and that requires certain skill sets from staff, and that added to why the process to do reviews and debt raising pre-Robodebt was so laborious that they staff intensive that there was examination underway to find processes that might be less staff intensive in order to undertake more reviews.
I see. Thank you. Mr. Gregory.
The question of caps on employees did you identify that being addressed in short-term ways by short-term contract employments or employment contracts?
Yeah, so during Robodebt, there continued to be the Australian Public Service compliance officers, as the historically has been and still are. And under the measures, there was operational funding provided under the new policy measures, proposal, yes. The budget measures. And to undertake the Robodebt program, there was labour hire staff employed. And so you used the term, Mr. Gregory, contracted. I just want to draw a distinction that like it wasn't outsourced as much as the labour hire staff worked in Department of Human Services premises on their systems and often in blended teams. And so it was more about bringing staff in rather than outsourcing staff work.
But that reflected the need for, at various stages, a higher number of staff to deal with the scheme, the requirements of the scheme.
Yes, both in terms of customer contacts over the phone and also in terms of the processing, yes.
I appreciate that we're dealing with topics on high levels here, but your statement, I think, is approximately 41 pages, and as you've said, you've footnoted various documents, I think approximately 2,000 of them in the course of those 41 pages. So that contains a lot of detailed information, for example, about income averaging, that process and other processes, and that'll be tendered as, or has been tendered as an exhibit. But sticking away from some of the technical matters addressed in your statement,
when you look back on the scheme as you have and given evidence from your position now with the benefit of hindsight, were you able to identify particular points where things could have gone a different way but ended up on the track that became the Robodebt scheme? Were there critical decision points that you were able to identify?
Certainly there are a number of different points.
If you could elaborate.
Well, I think one was in early 2015, where during the development of the executive minute, and as was addressed this morning, the draft executive minute was provided to the Department of Social Services, which did respond back with some concerns about the draft, including about what was referred to as sort of PAYG cleanup and income smoothing, and also about, as the Commissioner mentioned, the overselling of the potential benefits. I think that wasn't. I think that was a moment to sort of reflect on the program's highest level design, and instead it seems to me that the brief went forward largely as it had been originally drafted by the Department of Human Services.
You've identified also that in the testing phase, there was, in essence, an inadequate testing process to identify what might occur, inadequate in the sense of the numbers and inadequate in sense of the duration and inadequate in sense of the capacity to scale up.
There was, in my view, during the early periods of the online compliance intervention, it seems to me that the Department of Human Services sort of rushed to failure in rolling out the OCI process and system rather than looking to stabilise it and build a more mature system, and that sort of created a lot of pressures and stresses within the part of the Department of Human Services that was delivering Robodebt and implementing it, and that in turn sort of had sort of a negative impact in terms of how they were able to respond to events as they unfolded.
Can I just, for the benefit of the transcript, clarify this? You said the Department of Human Services rushed to failure? Sort of rushed to failure, or social services rushed to failure?
Oh, sorry, Commissioner, I couldn't...
You said that the department sort of rushed to failure in rolling out the OCI process. I understood you to say it was the Department of Human Services that did that, or did you say social services?
Sorry, Commissioner, yeah, Department of Human Services.
I'm pretty sure that's what you said. I just want the transcript to record it correctly, that's all.
Certainly.
Thank you.
And as I understand the evidence that you have just given, it really became the pressure on the public service, that is the department, to deliver the expectations it had created in the executive minute, which compounded the difficulties in that short space of time when it was expected to have the system up and running.
It did, Mr. Gregory, and I think the failings in the effective project management of the implementation of the online compliance initiative was an important factor in that. And in saying that, I'm setting aside the issue of the unlawfulness of averaging, but even if it was lawful, that the mismanagement of and poor management of that project and that scaling up activity. And I think, and one thing that comes through from discussions with people who were involved at the program at the time is that there was quite frequently quite sort of a very demanding and difficult leadership environment with lots of workplace tensions and aggressive and demanding leadership that was sort of helping to shape the work environment in what I would regard as a very mildly an unhelpful way, but also at times from people's recounting of stories to me in an inappropriate way. And I presume at some point witnesses will speak to their first-hand experiences about that.
You refer to your conversations with people. I take that to mean your conversations with people within the department over the last couple of years while you have been there?
Yes.
That is not just specifically for the preparation of your statement?
No.
No. Where do you think the ability of the public service to provide independent feedback to the government, the ministers, about identified shortcomings in the system broke down?
I think there was insufficient attention given to providing written advice which conveyed the realities as seen, to be cautious about the identification of potential benefits, and to also be cautious to ensure that risk is appropriately conveyed around projects. The impression I have is that, particularly in the early stages of Robodebt, there wasn't a lot of advice that was putting forward either potential risks or realised risks, and that there was an attempt to essentially make it look like everything was going fine.
And even from the executive briefing minute point in February 2015, that everything would in the future be fine.
I think that the minute could have articulated the potential risks of the program in more detail, yes.
And do you read into the muted or restricted way in which risks were identified and the diminution of the need for caution, that was really driven by a desire to attain a political objective rather than an achievable executive government objective?
I don't think I'd go that far. I haven't seen evidence of that. And I don't, as somebody who's been in the Australian public service nearly 30 years, I don't really see why somebody would think like that, because in my experience, the conveying of proper advice around options, risks and potential benefits is invariably well received, because any decision maker wants to make decisions on the best possible information available to them.
Ordinarily, that would be conveyed in an executive minute, and you've identified some of the deficiencies in the minute. I guess what I'm getting at is whether you were able to identify why that was the case with this executive minute, that it didn't do that.
No, I can't, but I would add that advice is, an advice of that nature is always, and this is just standard practice in the public service, is always best conveyed in writing, but can be conveyed orally, but where it's important enough to do so to ensure that it's then followed up in writing.
In writing.
And to a minister rather than from an agency in terms of advice.
I don't have any further questions for Mr Birrer. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Ms Hogan-Dory?
Nothing, Commissioner.
Right.
May he be excused.
Yes, thanks very much, Mr Birrer. You've been very helpful. You're excused.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
That's it for the day.
That's it for the day.
We'll adjourn till 10 a.m. tomorrow.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.